wahrscheinlich. What? What is this? Can you?
Alles klar, hört man mich? Ja, Test.
Somewhere?
There's time.
30 minutes.
man das hört, ein kleiner Test.
and welcome to Most Wanted Music 2022, A New Deal. How are you all doing? Okay, it's like 10 people here yet. For the people at home, you don't know, but everybody said good. It's good to have you here this morning, the ones who made it in person and also at home on your screen. So let's get the show on the road, shall we? Okay, A New Deal. What does this mean? The world is changing rapidly, becoming more complex politically and socially, and the music industry is not exempt from these shifts of paradigm. We really have to rethink, maybe even reinvent ourselves, or as this conference puts it, a new deal for the industry is overdue. But what kind of deal do we need? We are here on the second main stage in Frannz Club, from where we also live stream, as this is a hybrid conference. You can take part if you are at home in our question and answer sessions. You can see how you can do that on the website. You need an app called Swapcard, and if you go on mwm-berlin.de and then basically click the ledger FAQ app, you can see how everything goes and register, and then you can take part in the sessions. For everyone here, of course, if you have questions, then you're welcome to ask them. My name is Aishan Malonda. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a singer, songwriter, activist, author, and I'm also today's host. You may have noticed that this year awareness is very central to our proceedings, as this event is trying to create a safer environment for everyone involved while being as accessible as possible. If you feel uncomfortable, this is the awareness briefing for you. If you feel uncomfortable or experience any kind of discrimination or harassment, we have awareness staff on site, which you can contact at any time. They are recognizable by a red backpack with a big yellow A on it. And one of them will always be somewhere around here. You can also find them at the awareness point at Palais and give them a call or message them. The information you will find on the awareness posters that are everywhere, especially, for example, outside of the door, and also on the website at MWM-Berlin Awareness. And you can also find the full concept and code of conduct there. Also, there is a red card. Does anybody, did anybody get a red card? There's a red card. Can you please? This is an experiment that we're putting forward for the first time this year, the red card for discrimination. If you hear something discriminatory against any marginalized group being said on stage, feel free to raise said card, help us become a safer space. I will then stop the talk or the discussion that we're having, and we will address the issue together. Is that cool? So then, let's get to the first point of our program, why transparency is key for the transformation into a more sustainable, equal, and diverse music ecosystem. The music industry, with its governance structures, secrecy clauses, informational networks, and exclusive access to digital services for only a few constitute people in power, is one of the most intransparent industries of all. Women and marginalized people often have a difficult time to access relevant information and networks, to receive equal payment and gain leadership positions. We all know of that issue. To talk about this and how we can change it and why we most definitely should, our first keynote will be held by Dr. Anna-Maja Mertens, Executive Director of Transparency International Germany, with expertise in political sciences, economics, and history. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aishan, for a warm welcome. And thank you for the invitation. It's really great to be here. I'm very happy to be here. In normal cases, we are talking with business and with politics, but I always keep on saying there are so many more fields in our society that we need to talk with. And I used to be the director of the Finnish Institute, first of all, because I'm originally from Finland. Meanwhile, I have also the German citizenship, but I have both. But it's also, it dealt with the cultural issues. The main aim was to have this cultural dialogue between Finland and the German-speaking countries in whole Europe. So it was very interesting for me, important, and I see always our topics, sort of this transparency, integrity, anti-corruption work, and the bridge to cultural issues. So it's a great honor to be here. My topic today is transparency as key for more sustainability, diversity, and equality. And of course, although we are called Transparency International, actually our business case is not transparency. Transparency is a tool for or against corruption. We are an anti-corruption organization fighting corruption, but also at the same time, also in the case of fighting corruption, transparency is the key for changing the game. So I very much like this New Deal approach to see what needs to be changed. So the three main topics, sort of key for sustainability, diversity, and equality. Of course, these three topics are all very important. But I would still say that the two, sort of the diversity and equality, are part of sustainability. So I would first start with sustainability. What are these sort of interconnections between transparency and sustainability? And then also later come to the topics diversity and equality, although they are already part of this. But when we talk about sustainability, what do we mean by that? Of course, we would like to sustain this, what we have today, what we are today, so that we have it tomorrow, in a week, in 1 month, in 1 year, maybe in 10 years. But not only this, we would like to make us stronger. We would like to do this, what we do, more impactful. And how to manage this, how to get there. And there are two things that we need to keep in mind. Of course, you need to strengthen your strengths. So you need to see what are you good in. And then you need to fight your weaknesses, or be aware of your weaknesses is the first step. So you need to invest. You need to invest in two things. You need to take care of the quality of your work, but also, again, to invest in risk management. And risk management is therefore for being aware of your weaknesses, avoid them. And I'm not a fan of saying avoiding failures, because we need to have the failures. But I'm a fan of saying avoiding the repeating of the failures. This is something we don't really need. And of course, when you're changing the game, when we talk about the New Deal, you need to have a new sort of whole new game. The thing is, you shouldn't be sort of paying attention only to actions. Because if you are doing actions, you are just doing sort of one thing after another, then you have this ad hoc change. That's not the sustainable change. If you need to have this change, what you are now aiming, your New Deal, then you need to change the whole game. You need to change the rules of the game, you need to change the structures and the procedures. How to do that? You need, in order to be able to do this, you need to have political, or even not only political, but also political decisions. And you need good decisions that you really invest in quality of tomorrow. And this is where we come to transparency. There are two things what you need for good decisions. First of all, you need to open the access for the preparation of the decisions. The weakness of us all is that we know only what we know, and that's a fact. Even that we are the smartest leader of the world, you know only what you know. And that's never enough. So you need to know more. How to implement that? You need to open the access to different people. And the main thing is not the people like you. If I open my decision procedures to people 40 plus, coming from Finland, political scientists, then I get the same ideas and results that I already have. But I need to take care of the fact that there are diverse people accessing my room when I'm preparing decisions. This is, by the way, the same thing that we talk also to the political leaders. You need to open up the lobbying, not because we say this is something you shouldn't be doing. Of course you need lobbying in a political system. You need the diversity of interest and a lobby where all the different interests of the world are participating and represented. But you need to take care of that you are just not listening to the car industry. This is a populistic example, or other industries. If you are talking to the car industry, you should be talking also with the environmental industries or organizations, just to open up to have good decisions, have all the facts, all the options on the table. This is the first thing. So it means in your daily life that independently what you are deciding, it's important that you always check, have this sort of previous phase of this decision making, asking, do I really have the access on all the different aspects or interests or knowledge or facts? Am I now able to make this decision? This is the one part of the decision making. The second part, and I would say it's not maybe more important, but at least as important as the first part. This is you need to engage your people, the people who are supposed to implement your decisions in this decision-making system. Because first of all, they need to understand how come, why, what is the reason for this decision. And it's always like in the society. We have in Germany the situation that there are rules, rules, rules. And I would say there are 40% of the rules are being implemented. And we don't have any lack of rules. We have lack of implementation. And this is always what I see. We have so many ideas in our organization I'm working in that we say, let's do this. And always the board comes to me and say, well, I have a good idea. Let's have a new exchange format. And I always have to tell we have that already, or we decided already, but we never implemented that. So in order to implement your good decisions, because now you guaranteed that all are sort of part of this decision-making procedure that you need, all the facts, all the opinions, all the aspects, then you need to engage your people. And of course, if you're a leader, you should decide in the end. You need to take the responsibility, because responsibility is always something that is very linked to power. You cannot have power without responsibility or without accountability. But this is something you need to take care of, and if you see there are things that your rules are not implemented, most probably they are not understood, or they say it's not really important. So I think in this music business, and as far as I can see, and this is something that was mentioned in all the invitations, is this one of the last remaining black boxes of the society, or a closed club, however you would call it. Many of the decisions are not really understood. And you never know who made the decisions, who was sort of consulted, who was part of this decision making. So it's not good for the community, because you don't really understand, you don't have the access, you don't know how come it is like this. It could be that you even say, I would have done it differently. So, and my way would be better. But you don't have any sort of opportunity to check that. And then, if you don't know who were part of that, and you are just supposed to implement that. So this is a big point, but there's also a second topic that is also a very big topic for closed communities. And I know what I'm talking about because I'm from Finland. The smaller the units are, the better your risk management in terms of conflicts of interest needs to be. Because, you know, I studied in Germany, and when I was finished, I got homesick. And I said, I need to come back to Finland. I miss my country. And I applied for several jobs. And the only feedback, really only feedback that I got several times was that someone called me asking me, who do you know? From Finland. And I know my mother, I know my sister, and in politics, I don't know anybody. So this is and that stopped there. If you don't have the access, and this is technically seen something that you can really reproduce to every and each corner of the society. If it's closed stop, then it's no interest in sort of opening the door and allowing the access of different persons coming in and maybe also questioning yourself. But still, the one sign of a big leader is that you are not sort of, your inner circle shouldn't be your best friends. And you see that always in these oligarchs and, however you call it, in different parts of the world, that if you're afraid, if you're a weak leader, then you have all your sort of, not only the inner circle, but also behind that are your supporters. But this leads to bad decisions and not sustainable decisions. You need to have critics. Your biggest critics should be the closest one to you. And of course it hurts, because I'm thinking my ideas are the best, sure. And it hurts that someone sees different, you need to argue all the time. But you know, from the perspective of not only risk management, but also from the perspective of the leaders, if I go out there and I have not checked my decisions, whether or not they are good or not, then I'm vulnerable. But I have the possibility to check that with my own colleagues. And now to the topic of the interest of conflicts, what I already mentioned. But the point with interest of conflicts, and this counts, of course, always to the music, but you know the field better than I do. And it is a very technical thing, so you can just translate it to the music business. The thing with conflicts of interest is that we all have conflicts of interest, and that's not a bad thing. I'm executive director, but also I'm working voluntarily in different associations. I'm from Finland, I'm mother, I'm this and that, I have friends. So this means me like multiple person. I'm not only, if I'm designing as executive director of Transparency International, I'm not just executive director of Transparency International. And it influences me, of course, what I'm besides this job. And that's normal. And in most cases, that's good. But because of this, I need to be monitored, not only by me, because the normal case in conflict of interest is that you don't see your own conflicts of interest. You need to open it up and to show what you are deciding. And it's a very easy thing to do. Always, if you are deciding something new, you should ask your colleagues to be with you, because then you are forced to say, how come I'm deciding like this? And the bigger the decision is, the more money, power is involved in these decisions, the more people you should involve. And in the end, if this is just very big and has something to do with your second or third identity that you have, or might have, you should take yourself out. But it's very difficult just to think about this alone. So you need to open up also this debate. And this is why we are, for example, working with registers of interest. So you can find my register of interest in internet, and you can check, what is she doing besides the Transparency International? So it's easier for you to understand why did I decide it like this. And I had also one recruitment process for finance management at TI Germany. And I had 10 shortlisted persons. One of them was from Finland. And I told my colleagues, well, I'm not able to decide here. And they were really laughing about this topic. They said, because of nationality, it's not possible to have a conflict of interest. It's always possible, and you feel that. You feel that in your case, if you see this case, and you say, I have some preferences. And I cannot, at this moment, I just cannot tell you why. There is something, so you should change this. Of course, this conflict of interest, and you know, conflict of interest is the first step. Actually, my business case is fighting corruption, as I told you. This is then if you don't manage these conflicts of interest, and this is the case it should do, then it could lead to corruption. But we saw also in Germany, like the mask deals, you may know that 1 year ago, all of a sudden one member of the German parliament was not just member of the German parliament, and that's very often the case, and that's okay, but he was involved in one company selling masks. So, but he happened to be the big negotiator for the German government, and all of a sudden this small group where he was part of decided to buy the masks from this company where he was involved in. And he got, for this transfer, he got kickbacks. So it's really money for this transfer. And you can ask me, what do you believe? Did he decide as member of the German parliament, or did he decide as staff of this company? So there's a huge, this is always a risk. And if you talk about the sustainability, you should invest in good decisions, quality, and you get quality by good decisions. Open up the procedures that you know that the basis for the decision is the right one, that the decisions are going to be implemented. By the way, communication is also one very crucial thing. If you're not just making decision, implementing that, but talking about that, and very widely, then you see also it's harder not to implement these decisions. But also the conflicts of interest. This is the risk management part that you need to open up. And it's always, as you see, the more power you have, the more it should be scrutinized and monitored. And of course, how to do this? And it's addressed to the leaders, of course, because also this, changing the game or changing the culture, changing the structures or procedures, it's coming tone from the top. But we always say you have to start that as a leader. But you need to integrate a culture of integrity. And culture of integrity, of course, it's very vague. What is culture of integrity? How to do this? But there are tiny tools that you can do. You can, for example, I have in my weekly meetings, failure of the week. Failure of the week is something that I always start. And you might know or not, I have several failures during 1 week. So I pick one of these failures and put it in the middle and explain, this is my failure. Don't do that again. So I'm just giving you my failure. And then we can do a round, so we don't have to do every failure like 12 times. It's easier, it's cheaper, it's more sustainable, and it sort of makes us stronger because it creates trust. And we have also, again, a new one that's implemented this summer is our dead bodies in the cellar. These are the topics that we are not willing to talk about, that we should have been doing since like 6 months. And it's embarrassing to say, I still didn't do that. So I don't just mention it at all. But still, I cannot sleep well because of this. I'm thinking about this. It makes me sort of less effective in my work, less creative. So let's talk about that. Because what I realized when I opened up to my cellar and to my sort of, don't go there, it's a messy place, I open up the door and show them my dead body, my colleague just said, well, this is your dead body. I can deal with that, so it's no problem. So actually, I'm really happy with that because I wanted to call him anyhow. So we can share our bodies, our dead bodies and failures, and it's easier to get sort of this understanding of what are we doing here. So it's not about avoiding failures. It's not about avoiding conflicts of interest. It's not about avoiding weaknesses or being weak, but it's about to talk about that. We need to talk more about our sort of whole situation, what can we do and what could make us stronger. And I think there is always, and it's hard to start this sort of new deal and changing the game. But I could give you a hint because we are also in a tiny organization dealing with huge companies in Germany, you know them all, or with the huge government and parliament. But you can just try to sort of name it publicly. What we do first is really we go there and we're trying to get an appointment. We say if there is something weak, what was happening, please let us talk about that. We may know how to deal with that. but in normal cases they are really not happy to see their own sort of weaknesses and failures. It's not that popular, so we wait, but then in the end we go to the public. And if we can reframe this, when we go to the public, we are not going there and saying these are corrupt people and they don't weaknesses, but we say we can do it better. Let's start around, let's start this over again, and let's try to be more sort of proactive. Not wait and see like we or in cultural issues. I know because I had very much to do with the off scene also in Berlin, and it's so they are quiet, suffering in many cases, and not talking about because they are real and we are the weak ones. But that's not true. It's a huge community that is very powerful, very creative, but we need to be together. So joint actions and transparent actions. And maybe to this topic like diversity. What has diversity to do with, I would even say anti-corruption, because this is a topic for us at TI. If you have sort of, if your boards are diverse, then it's not that easy to hide corruption cases. Because if you have these very classical boards with male, 50, white, you have the same problem that I just in the beginning said. All think the same way. And it's easier then to have a consensus. What are the topics that we shouldn't be talking about? And that's a risk. So we need to have these challenging new ideas, and that's why we need diversity, of course, to be more creative and to move forward, but also in terms of risk management. So we need to be more, we need to be stronger there. So these are the topics, and I would encourage you very much, and I would love to be also part of that as transparency, because there are so many things. In the cultural case, this is the last maybe remaining, or science is also not as good, that we need to talk about these issues more. So let's open it up. And also, if you are not leader, but you are working in a unity, you can start it. If you just open your calendars, you open your appointments, you open your decisions, you can make the change as well. But we need to start. Thank you so much for your attention at home and here. And I hope you do have some questions still. We have some time for questions remain.
Thank you so much, Anna-Maja. How are you feeling?
Good. There are so many things that I didn't say now. I have them in my mind, and always afterwards I think you should pay attention more to that. So maybe I write you later something again.
Okay. So you're going to follow up. Are there any questions from the audience about the things that have been elaborated on? Everybody's still shy. It's very early. There's one question.
True. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, the question, I have to repeat that for the people at home. So the question is if you have any ideas about how to bring more transparency and diversity to grassroots spaces, and also, for example, up-and-coming artists, for them trying to get better deals in music publishing or record label.
You need to engage the leaders, because you can have some actions, and I think these actions can be supportive from the people working there. But the change, so the game changing, sort of the changing the rules and the structures, there need to be some space for decisions. So, and in most cases, it's good to create a circle. So it's that sort of it's a positive competition who is within this circle, and embarrass them who are not part of that. So to create a new spaces and other way around competition, but you need to have the tone from the top. And I think when you talk about these topics, there is no one who will be against these arguments. The problem is we don't have any space to put these arguments and to ask these questions. So you need to have visibility, you need to have journalists, you need to have some room that's there and the people know it's there and this is the topic. Engage with some journalists, engage with few leaders. It's enough maybe to have 3 first, identify them, and then to put pressure. This is something we did with the Lobby Alliance in order to get more transparency in lobbying activities in Germany, even with the Industry Association, with that we wouldn't be cooperating in normal cases, because at this one moment they wanted the same thing that we wanted to have, and they are big enough. If we are together, so it's harder to say, we don't want to be part of your sort of initiative.
Further questions? Then I do have one more question, because I've been very interested in all the things you were saying, and from my experience, people in power usually like their power. So the lack of implementation for measures to demarginalize people is structural and oftentimes also somewhat intentional. How do we tackle that issue? I mean, you have presented a very economic approach, but shouldn't it also be a moral one?
Yeah, sure. And this is something we need to have a debate about, because it's about values. It's very much, and we need to defend our values in this time. But still, you need to have the room to protect them, to have this exchange. And I'm also interested in power. And this is something that it's not enough debated, I think, in the cultural scene, or the NGOs at least, because we all need power in order to get things done. So to implement things. So power is not something bad. It could be very constructive, very good, very positive thing. So this is how we should sell it to these leaders, to say that you can be even more powerful. You can sort of involve us all. It's more sustainable. So we are not there to hinder your activities, but we are making you stronger. And this is what we are telling also to the leaders. And we shouldn't be so, and one thing that is risk for us all coming from civil society, we sometimes say we are the better ones in this game. There's the politicians and business. It's easy for us to talk about negatively about the business and the politics. But we have our weaknesses as well. And I just remind that in Transparency International had one corruption case within the organization. So it's possible. So show that and say, well, we are human beings. I'm also, sometimes I would like to have a new desk or new job or whatever. We are like this. We are human beings. That's okay. But that's why we need to talk about that and to challenge these. And this is what you just were asking. They are interested. We shouldn't be expecting them to say, oh, okay, because you said this, I'm willing to give my power away. This is not the case. This won't be the case.
Definitely not. But I mean, there is something to be said for a community-driven approach, for example, that would be more grassroots and also have more accountability built in.
Yeah, and there is one example from if I may, from the corruption, fighting corruption, and it is a very good example. In some countries, the governments are very, very corrupt. The whole system is so corrupt that you have no chance to change that somehow. But in Myanmar, one of my colleagues started an initiative, a platform. It was called I Paid a Bribe. And it's a community-driven, grassroots initiative telling that everyone who paid a bribe, and in that country and several countries, they daily pay bribes. They have to pay bribes in order to survive. And they published that on that web page, and that's naming and shaming, because as soon as it had some sort of quality and quantity, it was the leaders of the countries were ashamed that it's visible, that the corruption that's in their countries was visible. So it's ashamed, embarrassed them, and they needed to take action. So this is what we can do. We can put us together, but we cannot work alone.
Okay, thank you so much, Anna Maya Mertens, for the very insightful keynote and also answering all of the questions. I hope everybody is good. Let's move on with the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gibt es einen Jingle? Soll ich direkt weitermachen? Hey, welcome back. The next talk is in German, deswegen werde ich jetzt die Operating Language auf Deutsch umwechseln. Unsere nächsten beiden Speaker sind zwei, die sich Gedanken machen. Und zwar aus einer Human Resources Perspektive über das Image der Musikbranche, die ja ein People's Business ist, aber vielleicht auch nicht immer den besten Ruf genießt, und darüber, was junge Menschen dazu bewegt, ihre Leidenschaft dennoch zum Beruf zu machen. Wie können kleine und mittlere Musikunternehmen sich besser aufstellen, um die richtigen Mitarbeitenden zu finden, aufzubauen und zu halten? Wie können Menschen eine nachhaltige Karriere in der Branche aufbauen? Fragen, die sich in der Keynote Yannis Tsalikis, Human Resources Director bei Lautsprecher Teufel, und im Gespräch Tim Schmitz, Director of People and Culture bei Bude Music stellen werden. The Perfect Match, wie kleine und mittlere Musikunternehmen 2022 innovative Personalpolitik betreiben können. Einen herzlichen Applaus.
Ja, danke schön. Vielen Dank, dass wir heute hier sein dürfen. Wir machen uns in der Tat eigentlich jeden Tag, oder Tim, darüber Gedanken, was wir noch tun können, um irgendwie noch attraktiver uns darstellen zu können als Arbeitgeberinnen und Arbeitgeber, wie man auch will. Und ja, vielleicht stelle ich mich ganz kurz mal vor. Mein Name ist Yannis Tsalikis, ich bin seit über 20 Jahren schon Personaler, mit Herzblut immer noch. Schon eine relativ lange Zeit, und ich habe in der Medienbranche als Personaler begonnen, bin dann über verschiedenste Werbeagenturen dann zu Weiß gelangt, und heute bin ich seit etwas über 3 Jahren jetzt bei Lautsprecher Teufel Personaler. Ja, und das Thema innovative Personalarbeit hat mich eigentlich schon immer beschäftigt. Denn wer in der Kreativbranche anfängt, Personal zu machen, der hat auch irgendwo so ein bisschen so ein Taste of, ich will auch ein bisschen kreativ sein. Und das ist total verrückt. Wir sitzen jetzt hier in Berlin, aber in den 2000ern, als ich angefangen habe, Personal zu machen, da gab es keine Kreativen in Berlin. Also es gab keine Texter, es gab keine Werber an sich, gab es hier in Berlin nicht. Es gab im Prinzip eigentlich keine Jobs in Berlin, keine Arbeitgeber in Berlin. Niemand wollte hier sein, obwohl die Mieten super günstig waren. Ja? Und auch da war es schon der Fall, da mussten wir kreativ sein. Und da gab es zum Beispiel ein sehr spannendes Projekt, das hieß Creative Village. Und da haben sich Unternehmen zusammengetan, damals Pixelpark, Scholz & Frannz und die Taz, die Tageszeitung, und haben ein 6-monatiges Praktikum angeboten, wo dann wir die Hoffnung hatten, okay, wir können jetzt die kreativen Leute dadurch akquirieren, dass wir eben 3 statt 1 Unternehmen anbieten für ein Praktikum und ein übergeordnetes Projekt haben und noch fancy irgendwie Berlin und noch dies und das und so weiter. Es war ein richtig knaller Paket, und das haben wir ewig gemacht. Und es waren ganz viele tolle Leute, die wir dadurch in die Stadt Berlin gelockt haben. Und das, würde ich sagen, war so auch eines der Startpunkte für innovative Personalarbeit. Also wie kriegt man tolle Leute dahin, wo man sie eigentlich haben will? So, ja. Und jetzt plaudere ich schon wieder stundenlang, aber jedenfalls fing es damit an. Und heute eben bei Teufel. Und was wollte ich noch sagen? Ach ja, ein kleines Buch habe ich noch geschrieben. HR True Story heißt das, mit Eva Stock zusammen. Mit echten Geschichten aus dem Personaleralltag, also kann ich nur ans Herz legen. Anyways, aber auch da wird viel von innovativer Personalarbeit gesprochen. Da ich aber selber nicht aus der Musikbranche bin, habe ich heute den Tim dabei. Also es gibt nur 3 Links, ich habe überlegt, die mich zur Musikbranche brachten. Als Student war ich mal Bühnenbauer in der Arena Oberhausen. Als Schüler habe ich im Warehouse, da wo Sven Feth auch immer auflegte, 94, war ich Bassboy 2 Jahre lang. Und ich kenne über 3 Banden Tillmann Otto, auch von früher, aber das ist schon alles. Ja? Also ich mache Personal, kenne mich da ein bisschen aus, deswegen werde ich und habe die Lizenz heute, den lieben Tim zu löchern, wie ein Schweizer Käse. Und wenn ihr Fragen habt im Übrigen, wir werden das so ein bisschen dialogisch gestalten. Wenn ihr Fragen habt, Ideen habt, Anmerkungen, Anregungen, dann schreibt es in den Chat rein. Wir versuchen am Ende sozusagen unserer kleinen Session hier noch darauf einzugehen. So, jetzt habe ich aber genug gequatscht. Tim, Wo kommst du her, was machst du und überhaupt? Erzähl mal was über dich. Freue mich, dass ich dich an der Seite habe. Du wirst mein rettender Anker heute sein.
Ja, ich hoffe, ich werd dem gerecht. Ja, ich bin Tim. Ich habe lustigerweise auch in der Werbung angefangen. Das scheint schon auch eine gute Basis zu sein. Dann war mir das irgendwann zu anstrengend, zu schicki. Und bin dann über einen kleinen Umweg zur Personalarbeit gekommen. Habe erst in einem anderen Unternehmen die Abteilung aufgebaut und dann nach 10 Jahren bin ich zur Budde gekommen, vor 3 Jahren. Ich bin jetzt auch 3 Jahre da und habe da dasselbe gemacht. Und das ist natürlich ganz spannend, in einer anderen Industrie das nochmal zu machen und eben auch in einem Familienunternehmen, was weltweit operiert. Wir haben ein Büro in Paris, in London und da eben diese globalen Strukturen aufzubauen und zu gucken, was ist es eigentlich, was uns ausmacht.
Also da sind wir ja schon fast. Da sind wir schon fast an des Pudels Kern, würde ich sagen. Nämlich, die Veranstaltung hat ja intoniert mit in die Musikbranche, die ist irgendwie so ein bisschen dodgy und schwierig und anstrengend und überhaupt. Also wir könnten jetzt hier vielleicht auch die Kolleginnen und Kollegen befragen, die hier uns umsorgen, wie das so ist, Events mitzugestalten, Teil der Musikbranche zu sein. Was ist denn so dein Erleben? Also was wird dir denn wiedergespiegelt? Ist diese These denn eigentlich überhaupt richtig? Stimmt es, dass man, wenn man mit Menschen spricht, die sich für Stellen bewerben, dass sie grundsätzlich sagen, ja, ich habe es mir überlegt, aber eigentlich will ich ja gar nicht, weil die Branche ist so und so anstrengend und überhaupt irgendwie Working Hours und Work-Life-Balance, das geht gar nicht zusammen? Oder erlebst du das anders?
Das erlebe ich anders, weil die Work-Life-Balance steht oder zu Anfang des Bewerbungsgesprächs noch nicht so im Vordergrund. Das kommt dann hinterher, wenn die Leute im Unternehmen sind. Was ich feststelle, ist, dass es die Musikbranche an sich ja so nicht gibt. Und wenn dann die Leute ankommen und sagen, ich möchte gerne in die Musikbranche, das passiert eigentlich relativ selten, weil damit kann ich auch nichts anfangen, weil wir haben, alleine bei uns im Unternehmen, haben wir ja, fast 4 Bereiche, die in der Musikbranche sind, aber völlig unterschiedlich sind. Wir haben den Verlag, da gibt es Berufe, die man ausüben kann. Dann haben wir Künstlermanagement, dann gibt es Booking, Live, Tournee und dann haben wir Brand Partnerships, wo wieder ein ganz anderes Feld an Profilen stattfindet. Deswegen die Musikbranche an sich gibt es nicht. Und die Vorstellung ist oft so, dass man sagt, oder dass sich die Leute denken, ich bin da mit dem Star, mit dem Künstler, warte hinter der Bühne oder mache das Management und es entsteht dieses Gefühl von Glamour, was auch ein bisschen da ist, aber was nicht der Haupttreiber sein sollte. Denn die Berufe, die dann letzten Endes stattfinden in der Musikbranche, sind nicht ganz so glamorous wie vielleicht des eigentlichen Künstlers, den wir ja unterstützen.
Das Verrückte ist also, in Musikunternehmen gibt es auch Buchhalter zum Beispiel, die jetzt nicht direkt, sage ich jetzt mal, jeden Tag mit dem Musiker im Studio sitzen, nehme ich mal an.
Nein, es gibt sehr viele Buchhalter. Bei uns steht der Drucker und Kopierer in einem ehemaligen Tonstudio, wo Forever Young aufgenommen wurde. Das ist aber auch schon der einzige Link von der Buchhaltung zum Künstler.
Die Buchhalterin oder der Buchhalter darf diesen Song dann auch regelmäßig dann singen und performen wahrscheinlich.
Der läuft in der Warteschleife beim Telefon.
Super, siehst du, habe ich mir gedacht. Also da gibt es auch jede Menge Links. Aber was macht denn Unternehmen in der Branche attraktiv? Also wenn du jetzt, also du musst ja keine Namen nennen, aber wenn du jetzt mal so an die Unternehmen denkst, wo du denkst, okay, in dieser Branche sind die so die kreativsten, spannendsten Unternehmen und so weiter, was macht die denn eigentlich aus? Und wahrscheinlich ist es Budde, aber als spannendstes Unternehmen, keine Frage, aber wenn du jetzt mal so überlegst, was sind denn so die Attribute, die Unternehmen, klein- und mittelständische Unternehmen in der Musikbranche spannend machen, attraktiv machen?
Also es ist eine These jetzt, ich habe nie bei einem Major gearbeitet, aber ich kann mir vorstellen, dass ein gewisses Maß an Flexibilität in kleinen und mittelständischen Unternehmen schon zieht. Das ist etwas, was man dort findet. Zwangsläufig auch, wenn man zum Beispiel dort eine Ausbildung macht, wird man mehr mitbekommen oder einen Einstiegsjob hat, wird man mehr mitbekommen und auch mehr lernen. Es wird breiter sein, das Wissen, was man erlangt, als wenn ich in einer Position in einem großen Konzern anfange, wo ich eben auch nur für diese eine Position eingekauft wurde und mein Handlungsrahmen darauf reduziert ist. Das ist, denke ich, eine Stärke von kleinen und mittelständischen Unternehmen, was halt eben auch ein ganz spezielles Profil anspricht. Wenn ich jetzt jemanden habe, der nur ein und dieselbe Sache machen möchte und quasi den Major für den CV braucht, dann ist er da gut aufgehoben, sicherlich. Aber wenn ich jetzt wirklich mit einer Leidenschaft reingehe und was lernen möchte über die Industrie, denke ich, bin ich gerade in diesen kleineren und mittelständischen Unternehmen besser aufgehoben, weil woher soll ich wissen, was mir Spaß macht, wenn ich es noch nicht probiert habe. Und das kann ich da halt ausprobieren.
Nun ist es ja so, also wir haben diesen Titel ja geschenkt bekommen, sage ich jetzt mal, ne, das muss man dazu sagen, der ist halt relativ breit formuliert. Wir könnten jetzt abendfüllend plaudern, wahrscheinlich auch mit dem Publikum, die schon, da sehe ich schon das ein oder andere Fragezeichen über dem Kopf. Ihr könnt es mir nicht verheimlichen. Aber kleinere und mittlere Musikunternehmen, da reden wir ja von Musikunternehmen, die durchaus 15, 20 People sein können, also kleinere Unternehmen. Und Unternehmen von bis zu, ich sag mal, mittleres Musikunternehmen, vielleicht 250 Mitarbeitende so. Ich sage immer, HR ist keine Schablone. Das heißt, es gibt jetzt nicht dieses eine Ding, probier mal dieses blaue Getränk und danach bist du ein attraktives Musikunternehmen und alles ist cool und die Leute kommen, rennen dir die Bude ein. Ja? Was kann man denn vor allen Dingen kleinen, also 15, 20, 25, vielleicht bis zu 50 Mitarbeitende, kleinen Unternehmen empfehlen zu tun, um ja, attraktiv für Bewerberinnen und Bewerber zu sein?
Ich finde generell überzeugt immer, wenn man authentisch ist. Wenn man jetzt gar nicht versucht, irgendwas zu sein, was man vielleicht denkt, dass man sein müsste. Wenn man jetzt nicht die super Employer-Branding-Strategie am Start hat, wenn ich sie nicht habe, dann habe ich sie nicht. Ne? Dann muss ich es auch nicht vortäuschen. Da fände ich es besser, wenn man authentisch ist, wenn man ehrlich ist, wenn man auch ehrlich sagt, was man jetzt nicht hat. Aber eben empathisch ist, wenn man wirklich etwas machen möchte, wenn man Wissen teilen möchte, wenn man diesen Gedanken im Unternehmen hat, dann finde ich, ist das, was zielt. Und das muss man transportieren. Und das kriege ich nur hin, wenn ich die Leute ermutige, eben empathisch zu sein, wenn ich ihnen auch den Raum dafür gebe, wenn ich auch mal zulasse, dass man alle Skills mitbringt, sondern dass ich einfach Stärken habe, die mir so wichtig sind, dass ich sage, okay, let's go, wir machen das. Und den Rest kann man entweder lernen oder wir finden jemanden anderen, der es macht. Der macht es vielleicht gerne. Aber da ist, finde ich, Ehrlichkeit und Verbindlichkeit ist da so ein Schlüssel zum Erfolg.
Schon aber auch Basics, oder? Also man braucht irgendwie einen Arbeitgeberauftritt in irgendeiner Form. Also man muss schon irgendwo sichtbar sein. Heute geht das DIY-mäßig, jeder kann das im Prinzip machen. Und ich glaube, das könnte man schon auch empfehlen. Ja? Also dass man nicht nur sozusagen das Unternehmen und das Produkt präsentiert, sondern auch ein bisschen was über sich erzählt. Ja? Ich glaube, da pflichtest du mir bei. Und ich hatte ja so einen Gedanken, weil du gesagt hast, Authentizität. Ihr seht es mir nach, wie gesagt, irgendwie, ich bin schon über 20 Jahre dabei. Vor 20 Jahren hat der Chef von Spreadshirt, als sie noch klein waren, ist er mit so einer Kamera hat er die Kamera angemacht und ist einmal durch die ganze Bude gerannt und hat dann sozusagen die Leute vorgestellt, ob sie wollten oder nicht und hat gesagt, so sieht das hier übrigens aus. Zack, hat es auf YouTube gestellt und fertig. Ist das authentisch oder das, was du an Authentizität oder das, was du mit Authentizität meinst? Ich habe es geschafft, das auszusprechen.
Ich finde es super, ist eine super Idee. Wenn das klappt und alle Leute mitmachen, ist das sehr schön. Fände ich gut, ja. Ja.
Wenn ich wollte, hat er dann so gemacht, aber war auch authentisch. Ja? Na, okay, also ich wollte einfach nur damit illustrieren, es gibt ja durchaus mannigfaltige Mittel und Möglichkeiten heutzutage, sich zu präsentieren, authentisch zu sein und sich ein bisschen zu zeigen. Ich glaube schon, dass das wichtig ist. Wie ist das denn, also ich meine, das ist ja ein großes Thema auch des heutigen Tages, wie ist es denn mit Haltung? Müssen Unternehmen heutzutage auch egal ob sie klein, groß, dick, dünn, wie auch immer sind, müssen Unternehmen heutzutage Haltung haben. Also im Sinne von erklären, wo sie stehen. Diversity-technisch, politisch, spielt das auch eine Rolle im Auftritt, in der Art und Weise, wie man sich heute zeigt, als Musikunternehmen?
Ich würde sagen, das spielt mit Sicherheit eine Rolle, weil das ist auch schon wichtig, wovon ich nicht viel halte, wenn das zu einem Marketinginstrument verkommt, sage ich mal. Deswegen haben wir das auch sehr schlicht in unserem Auftritt. Ich meine, die erste Person, die Leute kennenlernen in dem Kontakt, bin dann ich. Und es wird eigentlich immer nur bunter danach. Von daher ist das immer der bessere Weg, Diversity zu demonstrieren, als wenn ich, wer weiß, wie viele Texte auf die Website lade und mein Logo einmal im Jahr bunt mache. Das machen wir nicht, sondern wir zeigen das eher, wenn die Leute im Unternehmen sind, im Vorstellungsgespräch, was sie erwartet. Und das ist, finde ich, immer der bessere Weg.
Also im Prinzip eigentlich zeigen durch den Proof, den man einfach mitgibt, dadurch, dass man sich eben so präsentiert, wie man ist, weil man es lebt, sozusagen. Ja.
Wir haben nur einen Satz auf der Career-Seite, dass jeder willkommen ist. So, und das sagt es eigentlich aus.
Okay, innovative Personalpolitik steht hier sogar. Streichen wir mal dieses Politik. Innovative Personalarbeit. Was ist das denn für dich? Also wenn du jetzt in deinem alltäglichen Doing bist und auch hier und da Innovation mit einbringst, was ist das denn für dich?
Ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob das so innovativ ist, aber ich habe seit ungefähr 10 Jahren festgestellt, dass dieser klassische Weg, den es auch immer noch gibt, dass man eine Anzeige schaltet und dann mal guckt, wer sich bewirbt, das heißt, ganz lustig, Post and Pray, dass das Quatsch ist, dass das nicht funktioniert, dass ich so nicht die Leute bekomme, die ich brauche, sodass wir mittlerweile dann aktiveren Ansatz fahren und einfach gucken, wer ist denn interessant und wen möchte ich denn haben und dass ich dann sehr viel Energie investiere, um diese Person dann auch für uns zu begeistern. Und dafür, um das zu fahren, brauche ich halt sehr viel Klarheit. Da brauche ich eine klare Vorstellung von der Rolle erstmal, die ich zu besetzen habe und dann aber auch von den Eigenschaften, die die Person mitbringt, die diese Rolle besetzt. Und das muss ich transportieren.
Was hältst du denn, also ich spinne jetzt einfach mal rum, was hältst du denn, wäre es für dich ein guter, innovativer Ansatz zu sagen, okay, wir sind jetzt nur, ich sag mal 20, 30, 40, 50 People im Unternehmen und wir merken, okay, wir brauchen unser Netzwerk und es funktioniert total gut. Der Chef haut einen raus und sagt, okay, für jede Mitarbeiterin, Mitarbeiter, der oder die es schafft, mir jemanden ranzuholen, der zu uns passt, gibt es 50 Vinylplatten deiner Wahl. Wäre das eine Möglichkeit auch?
Gibt es ja schon.
Gibt es ja schon,
genau.
Gibt
da meistens sind es keine Platten, sondern sind es Euro. Aber
ich dachte, Vinyl wäre jetzt so im Kommen wieder, deswegen habe ich gedacht, ich hau mal einen raus.
Vielleicht auch ein paar Lautsprecher, keine Ahnung. Aber ist eine schöne Sache, ist immer der beste Weg. Referrals sind die beste Quelle. Schöner ist es noch, wenn es nicht wegen des Geldes passiert. Aber wenn der Anreiz einfach so kommt, weil die Leute gute Kollegen haben wollen. Wir machen das nicht, also wir bieten keine Platten an, aber trotzdem kriegen wir Referrals und ich frage oft auch Benny Budde, sag mal, kennst du nicht jemanden und kannst du das nicht vielleicht mal streuen so? Oder für manche Positionen sage ich es auch ganz ehrlich, ich bin mir sicher, ihr kennt diese Person schon, geht doch mal euer Buch durch, euer Kontaktbuch und überlegt mal richtig, ob da jemand Geeignetes dabei ist. Und gerade bei seniorigeren Positionen ist das meistens so, dass man sich schon kennt, weil das ist dann auch der bessere Weg der Besetzung, weil das sind oft Vertrauensverhältnisse ja auch und da tue ich mich schwer, eine Entscheidung nach 3, 4, 5 Mal Treffen zu fällen.
Okay, innovative Personalarbeit heißt ja erstmal, das haben wir schon abgefeiert, okay, man muss sich sauber darstellen, man muss sich irgendwie präsentieren, irgendwo muss man halt sichtbar sein, sonst wenn keiner weiß, dass ich existiere, wie soll man mich finden? Logo. Man braucht eine gewisse Haltung, man sollte die sich und seine Haltung authentisch präsentieren, indem er einfach das ist, was man ist und nicht Dinge vorgibt. Haben wir auch schon. Check. Ja. Jetzt haben wir auch so ein bisschen über innovatives Recruiting gesprochen. So richtig innovativ ist es ja nicht, weil wir bedienen ein Netzwerk und wir reden von MitarbeiterInnen werben MitarbeiterInnen. Ja? Das ist ein Konzept, das gibt es schon ganz lange. Das kann man auf mannigfaltige Weise machen. Gibt es denn weitere Instrumente, wo du sagen würdest, könnte auch eine Idee sein? Oder das würde ich auch schon mal einem Kollegen empfehlen, der ganz verzweifelt ist?
Ja, Verzweiflung ist immer nicht gut in solchen Situationen. Ne? Weil das führt oft zu Kompromissen und Kompromisse sind bei Personalentscheidungen nie gut. Da rate ich von ab. Da braucht man wirklich Geduld, das muss man aushalten, weil Verzweiflung ist kein guter Berater in dem Sinn. Man muss offen sein, wenn man so Veranstaltungen wie heute, wenn ich eine kreative Position zu besetzen habe, tut das sicherlich nicht weh, wenn ich das bei solchen Veranstaltungen auch mal äußere. Ne? Oder es gibt andere Veranstaltungen, wo es auch so ein wie nennt das denn so ein Career Pool gibt, wo man dann mit Recruitern direkt in den Austausch gehen kann, wo verschiedene Unternehmen der Branche zusammen sind, bei der CO Pop gab es das, und wo man direkten Kontakt haben kann. Das ist bestimmt auch sehr viel wert. Jetzt muss man gucken, als Unternehmen muss ich ein klares Bild haben, aber als Bewerber sollte ich das auch haben. Und das klare Bild sollte nicht sein, ich möchte gerne in die Musikindustrie, sondern ich sollte entscheiden, ich möchte in einen Musikverlag und in diesem Musikverlag möchte ich Sync machen. Das heißt, die Musik zum neuen Til Schweiger-Film irgendwie lizenzieren. So, das kann ich machen. Ich muss mich informieren und dann muss ich versuchen, da hinzukommen. Das sollte man einfach machen und nicht sagen, ich möchte ein Star werden oder sonst irgendwie oder ich möchte in die Musikindustrie. Das wird dann wahrscheinlich wenig erfolgreich sein. Sondern
hört sich ein bisschen dünn an,
ja.
Auch. Ja, okay. Aber wenn wir schon mal dabei sind, also drehen wir das doch um. Wir reden über Bewerberinnen und Bewerber. Wie wichtig ist denn zum Beispiel ein LinkedIn-Profil heutzutage?
Naja, wenn ich jetzt meinen Ansatz fahre und die Leute suche ich die in der Regel über LinkedIn. Wenn ich jetzt Einsteigerpositionen habe, werde ich die nicht bei LinkedIn finden, weil das erst halt mit den ersten Jobs anfängt, interessant zu werden. Aber das ist so ein eine Basisanforderung, einfach um gefunden zu werden. Genau wie ich als Unternehmen auch eine Website brauche, wo die Leute mal gucken können und vielleicht noch ein Instagram.
Instagram, das wäre die nächste Frage gewesen. Gibt es denn noch andere Kanäle, wo ich als Bewerber mich präsentieren muss? Ich also als Jannis möchte in die Musikbranche, ich weiß, okay, einfach so, Musikbranche geht nicht, ist ein bisschen dünn, aber ich als Personaler könnte mich ja irgendwo vielleicht bewerben. Also ich brauche einen Insta-Account, wo ich mit Sound aufwarte oder was muss ich machen, um nicht nur als Personaler, sondern als auch musikbranchenaffiner Personaler mich optimal zu präsentieren. Hypothetisch, ich bleib bei Teufel, versprochen.
Ja, ich meine, sowohl als auch. Ne? Wenn ich mich natürlich als Kreativer bewerbe, für einen Musikverlag, dann tut das sicherlich nicht weh, wenn ich irgendwie auch zeige, was ich mache, wenn ich selber Musik mache. Das machen aber die wenigsten, die sich für eine kreative Rolle bei uns im Verlag bewerben. Die wollen da mit Kreativen arbeiten, aber die sind selbst selten so, dass sie komponieren oder interpretieren. Das ist selten der Fall und es wäre auch eher ein Ausschlusskriterium für einen Artist- und Repertoire-Manager zum Beispiel, weil der soll ja die Künstler betreuen und nicht unbedingt selber Künstler sein wollen. Aber nichtsdestotrotz, je mehr Informationen ich habe, desto besser ist es natürlich, sowohl als auch als Unternehmen und eben auch als Bewerber. Da muss man natürlich gucken, wenn da vielleicht nicht zielgerichtete Sachen veröffentlicht werden, ob ich das dann unbedingt teilen möchte.
Ich habe so viele Fragen hier. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob die Zeit ausreicht. Wir überziehen einfach. Ne? No, sorry. Also zum Beispiel innovative Personalarbeit könnte ja auch sein, dass wir sagen, okay, wir haben jetzt über Bewerber gesprochen, den Auftritt und so weiter und so fort. Aber was ist denn mit Arbeits- und Lebensmodellen? Wir haben ja schon dreimal darüber gesprochen, dass es so wahnsinnig anstrengend sein könnte, in der Musikbranche zu arbeiten. Für eine Buchhalterin, Buchhalter vielleicht nicht. Die haben sag ich mal, eher Standardstress, wenn es um die Bilanzierung am Ende des Kalenderjahres geht oder so. Aber ansonsten haben die eigentlich einen relativ geregelten Alltag. Aber wenn ich jetzt wirklich, sag ich mal, sehr nah an diesem Musikbusiness und Events und so weiter wäre, ja, gibt es da eigentlich die Möglichkeit, sowas wie Jobsharing, Teilzeit, ach scheiße, mein Kind ist krank, ich muss jetzt doch nochmal weg, wie gibt's da Flexibilität? Gibt es da neue Möglichkeiten, neue Arbeits- und Lebensmodelle, die so aufkommen, die du spürst, dass das da einen Trend gäbe?
Einen Trend gibt es mit Sicherheit und der Trend ist ganz klar, dass es flexibler wird. Ne? Das haben wir auch. Es sind nicht mehr alle Leute in Berlin im Büro anwesend. So, das ist auch nicht erforderlich. Und von daher geht das. Ist natürlich immer die Frage, wenn ich jetzt eine Show geplant habe und derjenige, der diese Show betreut, muss weg, dann muss jemand anderes einspringen. Diese Möglichkeit gibt es natürlich, aber es ist dann ein Einspringen, es ist eine Emergency-Situation und ich kann nicht von vornherein 2 Leute dafür assignen, auf den Verdacht hin, dass ein Kind krank wird. Das muss man dann im Ad-Hoc-Verfahren lösen, wird man aber können. So, ne, weil da hilft es halt dann, dass wir kein kleines Unternehmen mehr sind. Wenn ich nur eine Person habe, die das macht und die auch nur weiß, wie es geht, dann wird das schwierig. Dann muss man hoffen, dass der Partner oder die Partnerin einspringen kann mit dem kranken Kind. Das ist dann in kleineren Unternehmen sicherlich schwieriger als in mittleren Unternehmen.
Du warst ja auch schon in unterschiedlichen, sag ich mal, Branchen tätig. Erlebst du es, dass das Thema Burnout in der Musikbranche eine andere Rolle spielt als in anderen Branchen? Also jetzt völlig unabhängig von deinem Unternehmen, von deinem Erleben, so was du so mitbekommst.
Ich stelle jetzt nicht fest, dass in der Musikbranche mehr Leute verbrennen als in anderen Branchen. Das habe ich nicht festgestellt, aber jetzt habe ich da auch ehrlich gesagt in der Musikbranche noch nicht so viel kreuz und quer geguckt. Die Gefahr ist natürlich da, weil es reizt, ne? Weil es reizt, ja irgendwie hell zu brennen, weil das ist ja Teil des Ganzen. Die Show ist ja Teil des Ganzen. Und das führt irgendwann natürlich auch dazu, dass man dann diese ganze Kette in Gang setzt mit, weiß ich nicht, mit irgendwelchen Drogen oder sonst irgendwie, die einem dabei helfen. Und das führt dann irgendwann dazu, dass die Energie nicht mehr ausreicht und dass man fertig ist. Aber auch da, denke ich, muss man aufeinander aufpassen. Und das geht in kleineren Unternehmen oder mittelständischen Unternehmen besser, wo man mitkriegt, wie es dem anderen geht. Wenn ich den im Büro sehe und feststelle, sieht aber fertig aus, dann sage ich, komm, lass uns doch vielleicht mal einen Kaffee trinken gehen. Was ist denn los? Ne? So. Und dann in der Hoffnung, dass da Beziehungen entstanden sind, dass derjenige dann sagt, ja, ist gerade schwierig, so, ist ein bisschen viel auf einmal und dass man dann eventuell eine Lösung findet. Aber das sollte eigentlich in jedem Unternehmen so sein. Das ist jetzt nicht so Musikindustrie typisch. Die Gefahr ist natürlich groß, dass es da passiert, weil ich da Charaktere habe, die das so ein bisschen, wie sagt man denn, triggern können.
Also ich will auch ein bisschen darauf hinaus, dass ja auch zur innovativen Personalarbeit gehört, dass man an das Thema Gesundheit denkt. Und das ist ja nicht nur physisch, dass man auch mal Zeit hat, vielleicht nachmittags zum Yogakurs zu gehen oder was auch immer. Also ich kann das leider nicht, aber dafür mache ich andere Sachen. Und dann natürlich auch eben die Mental Health-Thematik, dass man darauf ein Auge hat, so wie du das sozusagen sehr persönlich machst. Ich glaube, größere Unternehmen vertrauen da auf zum Beispiel Angebote wie zum Beispiel, das ist keine Werbung, keine Provision, InstaHelp, die mit kuratierten Psychologen aufwarten, wo man sich 24/7 als Mitarbeiter ja, mit so einem Voucher anonym melden kann und dann halt einfach mal jemanden hat zum Sprechen. Sind das auch Optionen für mittelständische Unternehmen, dass man sagt, okay, wir machen uns als Musikunternehmen auch nochmal ganz besonders attraktiv und agieren innovativ, indem wir ganzheitlich an das Thema Gesundheit unserer Mitarbeitenden denken?
Ehrlich gesagt, ich glaube, auch das ist nicht mehr so innovativ. Das gehört fast schon zum guten Ton dazu. So wie vor 10 Jahren vielleicht noch ein Obstkorb innovativ war. Aber das setzen die Leute mittlerweile, glaube ich, voraus. Ich finde, das gehört dazu, wenn man aufeinander achtet, dass man solche Angebote macht und dass man das ernst nimmt. Weil sonst bleibt es schnell an der Oberfläche und ist dann auch wieder nicht authentisch. Ne? Gerade bei uns als Familienunternehmen, das kann ich immer sagen, wir sind jetzt 75 Jahre und in 3. Generation, aber wenn ich das dann nicht lebe oder wenn ich die Leute dann im Regen stehen lasse, wenn irgendwie mal was nicht so Positives passiert, dann habe ich schon verloren. Dann habe ich nicht verstanden, was das heißt.
Ich gucke ein bisschen jetzt so auf die Uhr. Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, ob ich das jetzt einfach so anspreche, aber wir sind ja unter uns, habe ich mir sagen lassen. Ich habe gelesen, das Thema, also das betrifft ja im Prinzip eigentlich diese ganze Kreativbranche. Ich sage es jetzt einfach mal so, das Thema Gehalt. Ja, das Gehalt kann ich sagen, also das ist aus dem Nähkästchen geplaudert, ist bei Personalern immer so ein Thema, weil natürlich, es könnte immer mehr sein, wäre natürlich cool. Ja? Und die Personalerinnen und Personaler da draußen versuchen natürlich immer, diesen wundervollen Punkt des Gefühls Win-Win-Situation, diesen zu erreichen. Also dass das Unternehmen den Tim bezahlen kann und der Tim sich mit seinem Gehalt optimal und wohl fühlt. Das ist natürlich sozusagen so die Voraussetzung. Arbeitnehmende wollen natürlich immer einen Schluck mehr haben und haben da eine gewisse Sehnsucht, die man immer verstehen kann. Und Unternehmen versuchen natürlich irgendwie die Kosten im Zaum zu halten, damit sie auch gewinnträchtig arbeiten können. Wie ist das denn eigentlich in der Musikbranche? Hast du da ein Gefühl dafür, wie die Branche tickt, wie das mit den Gehältern so ist? Ich denke mal, könnte ja auch sein, dass wir sagen, innovativ könnte ja auch sein, mittlere und kleine Musikunternehmen beteiligen am Erfolg des Unternehmens in irgendeiner Form. Ist das innovativ? Ist das Standard? Ich weiß es gar nicht, deswegen habe ich ja dich.
Das kann halt schnell schief gehen. Ne? Davon halte ich jetzt nicht so viel. Ich halte aber auch nicht viel davon, da so ein Theater drum zu machen um das Gehalt. Letzten Endes gehen wir ja trotz aller Leidenschaft arbeiten, um die Miete zu bezahlen. Und ich finde immer gut, wenn das transparent ist. Und so halte ich das auch bei uns. Ich mache da kein Theater drum. Das ist schon im ersten Gespräch, wird das thematisiert und es wird immer thematisiert und es wird vom Unternehmen thematisiert. Und in jedem Mitarbeitergespräch, was geführt ist, sagen wir, ob es mehr Geld gibt, weil wir die Leistung schätzen wollen durch mehr Geld. Und wir sagen aber auch, wenn du mehr Geld verdienen möchtest, solltest du das und das tun. Wir haben da so verschiedene Milestones, die wir unterstützen. Die musst du durchlaufen oder solltest du durchlaufen. Wir unterstützen dich dabei. Und dann wird die Folge sein, dass du mehr Geld verdienst. Das geht in der Regel über Verantwortungsübernahme. Aber ich möchte nicht, dass das so ein Daumen hoch, Daumen runter Ding wird. Und ich möchte halt auch da eine Verbindlichkeit herstellen. Sollte nicht so ein schwieriges Thema werden, finde ich. Das ist ungesund, weil das gehört da nicht hin. Es gibt keinen Grund, da auch so eine Stimmung aufzubauen, dass der Mitarbeitende vielleicht dieses Thema gar nicht ansprechen möchte oder sonst irgendwas, weil es ist albern. Und natürlich, es sollte auch so sein, dass die Kolleginnen und Kollegen untereinander auch ruhig darüber sprechen sollten und im Idealfall keine böse Überraschung erleben, wenn sie erfahren, was dann die Kollegin, die neben mir sitzt, verdient und einen vergleichbaren Job macht, weil dann sollte sie auch ungefähr das Gleiche verdienen. Und das ist halt wichtig, weil da kann man ganz viel kaputt machen, ohne dass man aktiv was gemacht hat, wenn man da am Anfang einen Fehler gemacht hat.
Okay. Das heißt also, ich nehme mit, also als Bottomline sozusagen, nehme ich jetzt mit, dass du glaubst, dass vor allen Dingen kleine und mittelständische Musikunternehmen sich dadurch attraktiv machen als Arbeitgebende, dass sie möglichst eindeutig, klar, transparent das Thema Gehalt kommunizieren, welche Möglichkeiten, welche Perspektiven es gibt und damit, soweit es geht, eben offen mit umgeht. Das wäre sozusagen deine Empfehlung.
Das wäre meine Empfehlung, natürlich. Und es gibt immer noch die Möglichkeit, vielleicht, wenn es Sinn macht, ein Bonusmodell einzubauen, wo derjenige durch Leistung dann etwas mehr erlangt. Aber man muss auch da aufpassen, dass man den Fixteil des Gehalts nicht so runterschraubt, dass man davon die Miete nicht mehr zahlen kann. Davon halte ich auch nichts. Ich brauche so eine Grundsicherheit, die sollte schon da sein. Und es ist halt nicht mehr so wie vor 20 Jahren, dass die Mieten günstig sind in Berlin. Die Leute müssen schon auch irgendwie klarkommen. Und die sollten idealerweise klarkommen, ohne dass die Eltern das mitfinanzieren. Das finde ich nämlich auch nicht gut. Sonst habe ich so eine indirekte Sozialauswahl, was ja nicht geil ist.
Ja, ich glaube, wir haben total viele Themen abgefeiert. Ich finde es total spannend und ich glaube, ich könnte noch weiter erzählen. Jetzt frage ich mal unsere Host, ob es Fragen im Chat gibt.
Nein, zu diesem
Stand
Zeitpunkt
jetzt
nicht.
keine Fragen. Okay. Gibt es denn Fragen hier in dem Publikum? Ja, das Publikum ist rappelvoll, kann ich nur sagen. Ihr verpasst was da hinten an den Fernsehern. Eine Frage.
Warte kurz, einen Moment.
Die Frage ist, wie die Onboarding-Prozesse gestaltet
Ganz genau.
werden. Willst du starten?
Ich kann starten, ja. Also das geht eigentlich los, bevor derjenige anfängt. Ne? Und je nachdem, in welcher Position das ist, fragt man halt, was für ein Rechner benötigt wird, ob es ein Apple sein soll oder ein anderer. Ja, dann geht das eigentlich weiter. Dann kommt derjenige an. Ich lasse die Leute meistens nicht ganz so früh kommen, damit ich schon einen Kaffee getrunken habe, wenn sie ankommen. Und dann finden sie ein paar Informationen über den Verlag oder über das Unternehmen. Da sind so ein paar Videos dann drin von Weihnachtsfeiern etc., dass sie so ein bisschen die Stimmung halt mitbekommen. Und dann liegt da meistens ein Raumplan, damit sie sich nicht alle Namen bei der Runde, die dann folgt, merken müssen, sondern vielleicht auch nochmal nachgucken können, um dann die Kollegin hinten rechts im Büro aus der Buchhaltung auch mit dem richtigen Namen anzusprechen. Und dann haben wir so ein Rahmenprogramm eigentlich, dass die einzelnen Teamleads ihre Abteilung kurz vorstellen. Und das muss nicht der Teamlead machen, das kann auch jemand aus der Abteilung machen. Und dass man so nach und nach halt die Firma kennenlernt. Dass man auch zum Beispiel dann jemanden aus Paris kennenlernt, aus London kennenlernt, aus den einzelnen Bereichen, auch der Unternehmensgruppe, dass man so das Bild versteht. Aber das erstreckt sich über die ersten 2 Wochen, dass das nicht zu viel wird. Dann erkläre ich das Intranet und so administrative Dinge, die wir so haben. Ich erkläre meine Rolle, dass man immer zu mir kommen kann, wenn man mit einem Kollegen Probleme hat. Wenn man mit mir Probleme hat, dann kann man zu einer Kollegin gehen, so, dass wir das auch haben. Und das ist es eigentlich so, was Onboarding angeht. Und dann erfolgt halt eine Einarbeitung, wo relativ klar auch ein Plan existiert, wann passiert was und wo man dann auch beschreibt, bis wann ist was passiert und guckt, ist es auch wirklich passiert. Und da ist halt der Teamlead in einem sehr engen Austausch, damit derjenige immer weiß, wo er steht. Und da gibt es dann ein Gespräch, was ich moderiere, zur Hälfte der Probezeit, so ein 90-Days-Interview, dann nochmal eins zum Ende der Probezeit und dann ist er in diesem normalen Rhythmus drin, quasi der Mitarbeiterbetreuung. Aber dass wir da viel Kontakt haben und dass wir da eben auch eine Verbindlichkeit herstellen und klar sagen, was wir erwarten und der Mitarbeitende aber auch eben sagen kann, was er von uns erwartet.
Ja, das ist ganz ähnlich bei uns. Also die Meilensteine, die sehen sehr ähnlich. Wir haben so eine Onboarding-Woche, Wir haben ja jeden Monat mehrere Neuankömmlinge und da gibt es dann auch eben halt eine Session zum Thema Kultur, zur Historie des Unternehmens. Unser CEO kommt auf einen Kaffee vorbei, wird aus dem Nähkästchen geplaudert. Am ersten Tag frühstücke ich auch dann immer ganz gerne mit den Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Irgendwie, das ist auch immer recht launig. Und dann versuchen wir vor allen Dingen, in der ersten Woche sehr viel. Die sind dann meistens schon ziemlich exhausted nach der ersten Woche, weil es natürlich super viel Input in so einer ersten Woche schon auch ist, weil es allgemeine Themen gibt und dann eben natürlich auch die Onboarding-Themen der jeweiligen Fachabteilung. Und so robben wir uns sozusagen auch aneinander an, gleich von Anfang an und versuchen die Kolleginnen und Kollegen gut mitzunehmen und haben natürlich dann auch einen entsprechenden Prozess, der nach 6, 9, 12 Monaten dann entsprechend abgeschlossen ist. Abgeschlossen im Sinne von man kennt sich und weiß, wer die Ansprechpartnerinnen und Ansprechpartner sind und die Themen sind da sehr ähnlich. Ist geholfen? Nein?
Ich frage mich, ob es so einen geplanten Austausch gibt zwischen Abteilungen. Also jetzt fängt der
Genau.
Mitarbeitende in der Buchhaltung an und kommt er dann nochmal in den Vertrieb oder ins Marketing oder also wenn es so abteilungsübergreifende Austausche gibt, gerade zu Beginn?
Also das würde ich mit einem ganz klaren Jein beantworten. Natürlich können wir es nicht leisten, alle mit allen zusammenzubringen. Aber in der Tat ist es so, dass wir von Abteilung zu Abteilung sogenannte Job Rotations haben mit den wichtigsten Stakeholdern gerade am Anfang. Und wir haben dann später sogenannte Mystery Lunches und solche Sachen, wo die Leute sich untereinander auch kennenlernen, Afterwork Lounge und solche Sachen, wo das dann, muss man sagen, echt easy ist, die Leute kennenzulernen, mit denen man eigentlich sonst so gar keinen Kontakt hätte. Ja? Also es gibt durchaus sehr viele Formate. Da, wo es wichtig ist, dass die Stakeholder sich kennen, auch wenn da nur sporadisch Berührungen stattfinden, da gibt es dann auch ein entsprechendes Get-Together, Hallo, wie auch immer.
Das machen wir ähnlich, genau. Und genau, es gibt noch einen Joe Fix, wo dann auch Abteilungen sich präsentieren, wo neue Leute auch vorgestellt werden und auch sich kurz vorstellen. Wenn jemand neu anfängt, schreibe ich vorher etwas und schreibe auch etwas zum Lebenslauf und teile das mit allen. Und jetzt haben wir den Vorteil, wir sind halt mit 100 Mitarbeitern nicht so groß. Das ist überschaubar und wenn jemand lost ist, dann erkennt man das auch und dann findet er auch schnell Hilfe. Also das ist halt noch klein genug, dass das stattfinden kann.
Also, okay, super, perfekt. Hey, ich wollte gerne wissen, eure beiden Unternehmen gibt es ja schon relativ lange. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, inwiefern ihr was über die Unternehmensentwicklung erzählen könnt. Also für mich ist es zum Beispiel gerade spannend, gerade für, oder vielleicht auch für alle, für kleinere Unternehmen, die gerade im Wachstum sind. Welche Positionen oder welche Bereiche würdet ihr empfehlen, muss man gerade am Anfang am meisten pushen oder wo würdet ihr den meisten Fokus drauf legen?
Das ist eine Frage, die ich mit einem Wow beantworten würde, weil es ist halt total schwierig. Also wir sind ja Personaler, deswegen haben wir auch die Personalerperspektive auf. Das heißt also People in Culture oder wie auch das nennen möchte. Aus der Warte kann ich sagen, gibt es so, würde ich sagen, schon auch, neuralgische Punkte, wo ich denken würde, okay, bis zu dem, also sag ich mal, bis 10 People oder so oder 15 oder 20, da brauche ich bestimmte Strukturen eigentlich noch gar nicht. Da kann ich das alles hands-on, sag ich mal, neben dem Office-Management und verschiedenen anderen Themen durchaus bearbeiten. Je größer das Unternehmen wird, desto wichtiger wird HR auch als Profession. Und da gibt es schon so Sollbruchstellen. Ich würde schon auch denken, so ab 75, 125, da ist so eine Schallgrenze, da sollte man dann irgendwie schon auch darüber nachdenken, dass es nicht nur eine Person sein kann, die sich darum kümmert. Je nachdem, wie komplex HR dann auch gehandhabt wird. Es gibt Unternehmen, Die haben 50 Benefits, da ist es super komplex, das zu handeln oder keine Ahnung, eine Struktur von, nehmen wir mal an, 100 People und alle haben den gleichen Beruf. Das ist dann nicht sehr komplex, aber habe ich 100 People und jeder Zweite hat einen anderen Beruf, ist es super komplex, weil die Anforderungen an die Stellen total unterschiedlich sind. Also lange Rede, ich kann dir darauf eigentlich gar keine Antwort geben, es sei denn, wir trinken gleich einen Kaffee und du erklärst uns mal, wie dein Unternehmen wirklich aufgebaut ist, welche Strukturen es hat, womit es sich befasst, welches Produkt es ist, wie viele Berufsprofile dort sind, was euer Plan ist und so weiter und so fort. Und ich glaube, dann könnte man innerhalb eines 5-minütigen Kaffees schon auch ein bisschen was erzählen. So aus der Lameng würde ich sagen, ist echt schwierig.
Schließe ich mich eigentlich an. Wichtig ist halt, dass man nicht nur sich überlegt, wie kriege ich die Leute rein ins Unternehmen, sondern viel wichtiger ist, dass man sie auch hält. Und dafür ist dann halt, gerade wenn Unternehmen wachsen, wichtig, dass ich so ein mittleres Management etabliere. Meistens mache ich das irgendwie aus den Teams heraus, das ist gängig, birgt aber natürlich auch Risiken und das muss sehr unterstützt werden. Und da muss ich auch sehr viel Zeit für in Anspruch nehmen. Und da kann man immer so sagen, ich glaube, mehr als 8 Leute sollte niemand alleine führen, dann brauche ich da wieder die nächste Stufe und so weiter und so fort. Aber das ist, glaube ich, wirklich, das ist so das Wichtigste, das habe ich festgestellt, dass man eben die direkten Vorgesetzten sehr gut ausbilden muss und da eben eine inspirierende Führung etabliert oder dass das so ein Schlüssel sein kann, wie ich auch Unternehmenskultur transportiere. Natürlich ist das wichtig, dass Benny Budde das vorlebt, aber der ist halt auch viel unterwegs und außer beim CEO-Frühstück nicht so greifbar, aber dass man so Multiplikatoren hat oder da gibt es diverse Namen für diese Rolle, aber letzten Endes, dass man die Leute, die man schon etabliert hat, eben quasi unterstützt und berät, dass sie da ihre Rolle wirklich verstehen und wahrnehmen. Das ist ganz wichtig, weil sonst kann HR noch und noch so viele Leute finden und auch für das Unternehmen begeistern. Wenn die dann ankommen und sich nicht abgeholt fühlen, ist das leider verschwendete Zeit und Mühe.
Vielleicht darf ich noch eine Sache editieren. Es ist und bleibt immer dieses Wabonspiel zwischen Klarheit im Prozess und Freiheit in der operativen. Das wird irgendwie immer bleiben. Ja? Man merkt, man wächst als Unternehmen und dann spürt man, scheiße, wir waren an dem Punkt schon 5-mal. Vielleicht machen wir das mal ein bisschen klarer. Vielleicht schreiben wir mal wenigstens einen One-Pager runter und klären mal einmal, wer jetzt für was zuständig ist. Und das wird es aber immer wieder neu geben, dadurch, dass das Unternehmen sich verändert und wenn das dann weiter wächst, eben, dass man eben immer wieder neu bestimmte Dinge hat, die sich dann eben häufen. Das ist ein ganz normales Phänomen. Ja.
Ich komme hier mal kurz auf die Bühne, weil wir uns nämlich tatsächlich schon seit 8 Minuten in der Mittagspause befinden.
Oh je,
und,
ich habe den Wink nicht gesehen.
Es ist alles gut. Ich bin tatsächlich, es ist tatsächlich so, du hast ja den Vorschlag gemacht, dass man sich auch mal zum Kaffee treffen kann und ich glaube, die Gelegenheit wäre quasi jetzt. So, wenn ihr noch da bleibt, dann könnt ihr vielleicht noch mal aufeinandertreffen. Ich habe auch gesehen, da war gerade noch eine Frage, wenn ihr so lieb sein würdet, da vielleicht noch mal ins Gespräch zu gehen. Das würde ich sehr, sehr cool finden. Für alle anderen ist jetzt erstmal Mittagspause und wir sehen uns hier wieder um 13:45 Uhr. Da geht es dann weiter mit Empathetic Storytelling. Bis gleich. Vielen
Dank.
and welcome back here in Frannz Club for the first day of the Most Wanted Music Conference in 2022. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch or found your way here beautifully. I mean, I know some people in the audience and I can see you looking beautiful. Let me first of all introduce one thing that's very important to us this year, the awareness briefing of our convention. You may have noticed how awareness is very central to our proceedings here. There are posters everywhere as we are trying to create a safer space and environment for everybody involved while being as accessible as possible. So we are all different. Please take care, mind your boundaries, be careful to engage in consensual interactions, and also check your privileges if you feel uncomfortable or experience discrimination or harassment. We have awareness staff on site. They're usually visible by their backpacks with a big yellow A on them. You can also go to the awareness poster. There's a number that you can call or message if you experience anything that shouldn't be happening. And there is an awareness point also at Palais. Also, one thing that's new, it's a social experiment that we're actually trying, are the red cards that you see on various tables and also on the counter over there. If you hear something discriminatory against any marginalized group being said on stage, you are free to raise your red card. I will then interrupt the talk that is happening. We will address this issue together. And well, let's see how that goes. My name is Aishan Malonda. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a musician, singer, songwriter, activist, author, and today's host. And our next panel is a roundtable and a big one at that. Empathetic storytelling, co-creating music, film, and media tech will focus on the need to collaborate more at an earlier stage in set disciplines. This discussion has been curated in cooperation with Harper Nordic Film Music Days and Nordic Film Composers Award. That's a really wicked long name. And is live streamed to this event, Nordic Film Music Days 365. And for this, please welcome to the stage Stephanie von Bouvet, lecturer at BIM Institute and music video director. Casper Kay, film composer, Lenka Moravkova, artist, female business entrepreneur, Haraldur Þrastarson, composer and sound designer, Florian Weghorn, program manager at Berlinale Talents, and this panel's host, Jamie Thomas.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Lovely to see you here, and also to those on joining us online. So today is an open discussion between the six of us sat here about the need to collaborate better at an earlier stage at the intersection of music, film, and media technology. So we have different perspectives here on stage. So we have some perspectives from industry, from education, and also from artistic practice. It's a roundtable format, so I won't be the one asking all the questions, hopefully. And so, yeah, invite the panel to jump in and contribute when they feel they have something they want to say. I'll try and provide some structure to the conversation by splitting the focus into two sections. The first section will try to clarify some of the terminology being used. And so if we go back up to the overview, this is a discussion, a roundtable about the need to collaborate better at an earlier stage of the intersection of music, film, and media tech. In times of converging media that offer spectacular new opportunities to music composers and producers, how do we enable media creatives to make better use of music for their storytelling and composers to leverage the superpower of music, emotion, and with more self-evidence? So it's a big, big topic, I think. So we're going to try, first of all, to clarify what that statement might mean, and from a range of different perspectives. And in the second section, we'll attempt to propose some ways forward for us as both educators and practitioners. We're going to top and tail that with an opening and closing round. let's jump in. So yeah, just in the check-in round, I'll start with you, Stephanie, and then we'll go down the line, but hopefully we won't stick in that order. Yeah, please introduce yourself and describe what you're bringing to the conversation today.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. My pronouns are she, her. And, well, I think what I can add here is that me being a music video director for over 25 years now, having shot on film in this little filmy cloud and now, like, you know, serving the whole internet area, kind of. And on the other hand, I'm also a lecturer for BIM Institute, and BIM Institute is now established in Berlin as an institution for pop culture and also as a film faculty. And I'm basically a lecturer for both. And I'm just coming from a shooting what we had yesterday where I invited music students to come over to film students and film students shooting music students performing and discussing about the connection between sound and vision. So yeah, I think there's a lot that I can share.
Thank you. My name is Florian Wecker, and I'm representing here today the Berlinale Talents Program, or the Berlinale in general, which I think you're aware of, hopefully, as the film festival, but it's also a place where we deal and work with filmmakers in the longer run, and also even without only presenting their films. And Berlinale Talents in particular is a program where we gather 200 of those filmmakers from around the world, around the globe. They apply for it actually, and they're coming not only from more than 70 countries, but also from 14 different fields of work. So it's quite unique that it not only addresses the, let's say, usual storytellers, meaning the directors or those who are connected directly to what most people consider film, actors, producers, and so on, but also the composers, for example, the sound designers, and also actors and other fields of work, practically everyone. You can imagine it as a quite diverse table of different perspectives, and which brings me to the point why I'm so happy to be here today, because it also brings us to a wider understanding of what storytelling actually is, as something which many people contribute to as the one big thing that we then call film. Thank you. Oh, and Harald, we know each other, so you can tell us a little bit more about Berlinale Talents.
Yeah, so my name is Harald Þrastason. I'm a composer and sound designer. I have a classical music background and was playing the trombone since 12 to 25 or so, and found myself somehow getting more and more into film. And right now I'm in this phase where I'm either calling myself a composer, which I don't like to do even, or a sound designer. And I'm lost in those two, but I feel like they can kind of correlate and you can do it at the same time. And that's maybe the thing that I'm most obsessed with these days. Yeah, I met Florian through Talents program. It was an incredible program with a lot of interesting people. Right now, actually, I'm working with Laura, who was there. We do this Netflix film together. So it's incredible. It's already paying off. So I recommend it. And thank you. Yeah, let's have a good talk.
Hello, my name is Lenka Moravkova. I come from the Czech Republic, but I'm also partly based in Los Angeles on artistic visa. I started off as a music critic. I was writing over 10 years about experimental electronic music, but in the same time, I was a scholar. I studied a lot of humanity-oriented things like electronic culture, semiotics, anthropology, ethnomusicology, and in the same time, I was a music producer and releasing first albums. And at the end, from this triangle, a few years ago, I chose one path. When I was a PhD in the US, they made me choose. And I had to do that choice. And it's been a few years what my profession, the only profession, is being a music producer, composer, female music business entrepreneur. And I'm running my artistic projects. One is Bohemian Crystal Instrument, which is around one of a kind sound sculpture from glass. But I like to be involved in all the other media. I like to direct my music videos. I like to do a lot of things with lights and lasers. I kind of like want to be involved in every artistic part of whatever is happening around my projects and be like a CEO of this whole little universe I'm creating. So maybe that's why I got invited to this round, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Hello, I'm Kasper Ko. I'm Danish, live part-time in Berlin, but also Copenhagen. And I have been doing film music since the last 10 years at least, internationally, and working with directors that were very young, but also my parents' age, which is up there now. And I have also been teaching at the Conservatory of Southern Denmark, where I was educated as a film composer, and in a school called Johan Borups in Copenhagen, where I also study production and film music. And I think I'm here because of I've been thinking a lot about like how do we actually teach something so unique as personal expression. I don't think we can teach it, but we can at least develop it. So that's my angle, I think, on this conversation.
Nice one, thanks. My name's Jamie Thomas. I'm the education lead at Catalyst Institute of Creative Arts and Technology, based at Funkhaus here in Berlin. Sorry, I have a bit of a problem with my voice today. We run courses in both film and music, so across two separate schools of both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. And I'm currently working on developing a music and sound for visual media bachelor's program, which is going to start next September. And so I'm kind of right in the middle of this conversation right now. And Kasper and I have actually met each other before, and we've spent some time trying to figure out what the best way to teach and run a course of this nature might be. And so it's going to be really interesting for me just hearing your perspectives on some of the extremely difficult questions that I've prepared. So we're going to start with this clarification round. So we've split this talk into two, and I'll try and keep time, but I'm notoriously bad at timekeeping. But I do have a big clock there. And so, in terms of clarifying what we mean by some of these things, in that text for this conversation today, it speaks about us being in a time, in the time of converging media. What does that mean? And what does that mean in relation to you and your practice? I'm going to leave an awkward silence until somebody chooses to fill it.
Should I start?
Please.
Everybody's looking so friendly to me. I think it's an interesting question in that way, because media for me always has different aspects, right? I mean, it's not this one genre. It's I don't know. It's so many things at once. So, and of course, and then we have this funny expression, multimedia. But in the end, I think that media or film and music can kind of come together in this thing called internet quite well in so many different aspects. And I think there's a big difference between trying to document or to show how the music is being made and how the musicians are feeling about it and how it is interpreted. And how, on the other hand, of course, music is interpreting film. So I think it's rather the approach. And then there's the connection between these ways of expression, which end up to be kind of a media in a way. What would you think?
do we do it in a round again? So because you split us into groups, but of course I can say so. I always have it, because I'm not a music composer and I wouldn't even call myself an artist, but from the position of the one who's bringing together people, I see that converging media, in my sense, also means converging or making people meet differently and work together differently. And that is something that is still to be worked on. So I can later on tell you an example from the production design area where we're currently trying to converge people by bringing together different disciplines who are actually doing rather the same thing for the same film, but separate each other in their fields of work quite clearly. But I think that's not the future, or that's not necessarily the thing. It's not that we all do all the same, but the way how we nowadays bring in different perspectives when we sit on the table all together is also very much, I think, an idea on how film can, or music, or whatever we are talking about, can work together, can converge different perspectives on the same thing. And this is difficult because all of us grew up with this idea, oh, I become a composer, or I become this and I become that, and I'm representing this position, and I'm also excluded from that kind of other part of the creative process. So we need to change the systems first, so that really this conversion of the different can also come to a fruitful point. But we can jump, so we shouldn't jump into roles like that.
Well, I think thinking about that question, not knowing if it's an answer, but I think that the pace of how we produce today and how the formats are, like, you know, not like only feature, but like shorts for internet, for it kind of forces us into also think differently in terms of, you know, music that would work 10 years ago doesn't necessarily work the same way today because we decode differently. I think the load of information that we get makes the table even bigger to find answers. I completely lost track now. I had something else. Maybe I come back.
Okay, I'll try to find your track and then you can move it. Probably what I wanted to say that we are living in 2022, and us as artists, we have all those tools. It's not only music and sound, but we can go way beyond the music, and a lot of us do it in, let's say, in branding, design, clothing, lights, visuals, whatever we use for expressing ourselves and make our music more alive, or like give it another, you know, perspective. And I think that probably the traditional way of an artist or a musician is not that valid nowadays. I think most of us are like hybrid artists, a lot of us. I lost the track.
There's some kind of curse on that side.
You go, and then I follow.
Yeah, I think where I lost myself at some point was something about that. Like, I think, and I now of course speak from an educational perspective, but like I think the level of communication between the different fields of sound design and editing and directing and music is so much more important, because it goes so fast. We don't have the same time to actually sit and pick our belly buttons and find out how do we want to express this. So I think that level of communication is so important, and I think the pace that I talked about earlier opens up those doors, I think, actually, to learn new ways to, for example, design schools that are put close to each other. So it's not small, you know, seminars once a semester, but actually has a continuous workflow. I think that's what's happening, or what has to happen at least.
That's what we experience at BIM now, trying to follow this sound and vision combination with the music school and the film school. And we are just practicing this, just starting this, and every day there are new options where you can converge, like yesterday what I was just describing. And it's really interesting, like what you said, the system needs to change, or also the approach to what the system is. needs to change, I think, in this aspect. Actually, I'm a Berlinale Talent Campus alumni from the campus in, I don't know, 2004 or something. And I applied with music videos, and they went for short films. They were labeled as short films because nobody understood what music video is in this context. So I think that's the point. Maybe today it wouldn't matter anymore, I think that's totally right to kind of be more open, or maybe we don't have to label stuff so much anymore.
Yeah, true. So by the way, it moved on from short film to short form, which is exactly reacting on what you've just said. So saying everything that takes the amount of work of a short film is eligible. So to open up us a little bit more, also us meant as festivals, as an institution, towards the flexibility or conversion, or however we want to call it, of nowadays lives. I would be interested, so because we are speaking about schools, environments, festivals, and so on, but whether this really reflects also in the, let's say, professional and business context, when it comes back to the point where a composer is hired, and then you say, oh, I might love to do something else, and can I also be in this and that part? And then they say, no, you have your strict position, and we don't want you to be involved in the storytelling in a wider sense.
Yeah, I think what is changing with this converging of media is that roles have changed a lot in film. I think some of them have specified a lot, and there's people who do just, this one very niche specific thing, like a focus puller or something, And then as a composer, I've seen it so that when I did a short course on film music when I studied in Amsterdam, and the teacher there was a very old school guy, and he said it used to be so that you would show up to the studio with a score, and that's your job. And this, of course, doesn't work like this anymore at all. Now the composer has become a producer, arranger, orchestrator, all the things that are included in the process of making the music and mixing it by themselves and all this stuff. So I guess, maybe it's not totally connected to this concept, but I think it's a part of it for sure. And this has been changing a lot.
Yeah, and I think that aspect also takes it further on in terms of composers would be higher up in the hierarchy earlier. Now I think sound design has taken that place more and more. I feel that sound design is a part of the musical score in some ways, which I find insanely interesting. But the music is also up against, protected/unprotected or versus unprotected music, which I also find a part of this new era of broadcasters are actually, because they work so fast and they don't have limited amount of money, so actually music also becomes something I would find even more secondary in the production side, because broadcasters are actually saying you can only use from this library. So the whole thing about creating something unique for it's the opposite of scoring a scene, is actually taking stems from a library and just be make it work, which I find also an interesting development, a little sad as well, to be honest.
I think for me, one of the good positive aspects of convergence and going beyond music is the collaboration with people, because otherwise being a producer, a musician, it's a pretty lonesome job. I'm stuck home, producing something weird, and then it's an opportunity for me to get out of my bubble and we kind of create new thing with other people. I get them influence me, I'll influence them. It's like a back and forth conversation in arts and in any other aspect. And I just think this is one of the biggest positive sides of this convergence for me. And also even though anything I do is based on sound and music, I really truly enjoy the other parts, maybe sometimes even more, because it's when I'm in the music field, there is a pressure. I need to deliver a top thing. While if I go somewhere else, I'll do like design. Now, let's say, for example, we are developing this laser interactive bracelet. So I'm like into design, interactivity, light, and lasers, and I can go nuts, you know, and I can go wrong. I can go like the good way, but also I don't care that much, which brings so much lightness and joy. Going to like unreal, new kingdoms which I have never experienced, you know. So for me, this is like a big, you know, advantage.
Yeah, I could speak to that point as well, just from a kind of artistic perspective and also from our approach at Catalyst. But yeah, this idea of converging media and what it means, surprisingly, we have a very divergent set of answers here, actually, in that they're coming from very different perspectives, from an artistic perspective, from an industry and pipeline is why I hear from you, Florian. And then, for me, it's about whether we're really looking at predicting what's going to come up. And as an artist, we have this kind of a huge amount of freedom to explore different crafts. And there's never been an easier time to do so. And so, these different artistic practices also feel somewhat shared in their approach. These technological obstacles are not there in place anymore. And these role definitions are becoming more loosely defined. People seem to be more able to move between different roles at different times and into different areas of work in order to find the best way to express some kind of creative voice. And so, for me, that's kind of the most interesting part about these, seeing these different medias and different industries converging. But yeah, what's kind of brought us to this place, and what changes are you seeing at the moment, and what new opportunities are arising from this? And we've heard a few points mentioned on this, but I'd like to go deeper into that if possible.
I would like to add in a perspective here what you just mentioned about craft and maybe expertise and the opportunity with going digital. Everything is there. I always feel like in teaching or doing workshops, all this, we have these like online experts out there who are using these little devices every minute. And on the other hand, like filmmaking and making music is a craft. And of course, these young people are doing things instinctively, intuitively. But on the other hand, I think now our kind of position is to keep the craft alive and to kind of make them use their intuitions with an awareness. And not only to throw out something to the world, but be aware of what's your output, and what's your artistic output, and to not just produce a mass of media every day, because that's what we do. But to be aware of also maybe creative or artistic aspects about it, if we have them. And of course, there are a lot of people who are not creative and not artists who also use the same media. And the thing is, where's the difference? I think there's a small gap now. It's getting less, it's not the artist up there and the non-artist somewhere else. No, we're all using the same media. So what does that mean? And I really want to, I'm really always fighting for this, there's frames, there frame sizes, there's, that the basic stuff, how film works. And if we forget about that, then we forget about how to tell a story.
I
think probably like that means democracy. You know, everyone can use any type of media and express themselves freely, and it's up to us if we will be judgmental or not. But also, honestly, from my perspective, I don't feel that I'm expert in any field I'm doing. I sing, but I'm no singer. You know, I produce music, but I have no education in music production or scoring or anything like that. I do new media arts, but I haven't ever studied that. I work in Maximus P, but type of, but I need some more experts if I want to finish it. So then I think it's that's this freedom, liberty, and democracy that everyone has those tools now, and it's just up to them how far they push it, where do they go, if they really craft it at the end, and I think this is beautiful.
Yeah, but I think you're an expert in not being an expert. So I think I think you definitely have a point here. So it's not about, when we speak about this freedom. So it's not about, okay, everyone can become a composer nowadays. So like you said, everyone has the opportunity to become and test it out, because the technical side is easier and more accessible. Still quite complicated when it comes up to the real stuff. So because not so many films are made on the iPhone, although many people do say nowadays everything is done there, but that's not true. So there is still also a difference in between these different ways of production. But nevertheless, this, let's say, equalization doesn't necessarily mean that everyone now can do it. You have that expertise in saying, okay, I have the knowledge how to explore the different areas, and this makes you an outstanding and very special artist nowadays. Some others don't have that expertise. So when we teach something on schools, probably we teach how to become an expert of not being a non-expert. So that I think is a good concept. But still, if we come back to the business side and to the industry, probably people won't hire you for that. So they probably will hire you for something else. They will hire you for, like you said, deliver a score. So here I see a contradiction.
Yes and no, I would say. I actually somewhat disagree. I do feel that the storytelling comes from something that's not within the field only. I think the field is a tool to not put the brakes in, but actually you get the job because someone trusts you. And I feel that what I learned at the film school in Denmark, which I also pass on to my students, is actually that you also enter a space now where you have to learn about solidarity, responsibility, and when people then trust you, then they take you in and make you a part of their story. Like, a lot of directors are very, how can I say, it's their child project, so they need someone they can trust, not someone who can do arpeggios that they learned at conservatory or play the violin only. It's something else than that. And I think and that is the most important getting into the art schools, is actually that that you get that kind of common ground, common language and understanding, because then you will get the job. I often ask myself, why am I making all these films? Because I am not the best piano player or guitar player. But it has to be found somewhere else, and I don't know what the answer is. And the fact that I don't know is what I like most about the job.
I totally agree. It's a lot about communication, solidarity, trust. The aspect of craft is one thing. I think the other aspect is also how is whatever we put out there being perceived, and there should be. Also, what I consider in teaching, which I think is really important for me, is to make my students aware of how whatever they put out there is being perceived, and to kind of take over the strings and not just put out anything and be astonished why people don't understand what you're doing, but to have the this awareness that you can shift people's perception into a certain direction if you do this and this, this awareness and approach. I think that's also, if everybody has that. We will be aware about discrimination. We will be aware about racism. We will be aware about so many things if we just think about the perception of what we are putting out there. And I think this is also our responsibility to point in there, especially because we are producing so much media today. It should be in our responsibility to show what the reaction on this is, or the awareness in both music and film, or whatever there is out there.
And that's kind of something that's controlled, right? As a composer, you're actually telling a story through sound. How do you approach that?
I feel like every project is so different, and there's not really a general way of doing anything. It depends a lot, of course, with the dialogue that you have with the director. I think that's the main thing in how you come to tell the story in the way that you do, with what instruments you use, or what kind of melodies you go for, or what kind of textures. And you start to be a bit dependent on that, which can be maybe not the best thing at all times, that you're kind of depending, that you're kind of only thinking what the director wants. And this is something that for me has become an issue, and for many of my colleagues. And then you just have to step back and realize, hey, I can put my foot down and say, I want to tell the story in this way. But of course, in film, it's a dictatorship, and it's very hard to do that all the time. And then just no one wants to work with you. But yeah, does that answer it? Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, a few of you have picked up there on the way that we might approach these types of topics from an educational perspective. And obviously, Stephanie, you've got some experience in thinking about this, and Caspar also. But I'm interested from everyone here. It would seem to me that there is perhaps a future that exists that's quite unknown when it comes to the convergence of these different medias. And so people will talk about the metaverse. I don't yet know exactly what that is, or how that will feel, or if we will really exist inside a metaverse. I know that there are conversations happening here, and I think there was one happening this morning about specifically about this. But I would say that our future within that kind of media sphere is still fairly unknown. How do we prepare students for that?
I don't know. How we prepare students for the unknown future in the meta world?
Well, not specifically the meta world,
okay.
But I mean that might be a fairly concrete example. I mean, it's concrete, and it's both concrete and very abstract to us, I think, at the moment.
Yeah.
But it is definitely unknown. So how do we go about preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist?
I mean, I think if I can just go back a little bit to something less abstract, because how I would prepare my students to any future is, first of all, to create some kind of safe space where you don't, I think diligent is the right word, in terms of it's just music, creates some years of their lives where making mistakes or finding out that this is the steps that you take. Also, I think then it becomes easier to apply to that in the real world. I think that's a very important thing to do. But yeah, and then of course also I think that's why I mentioned the whole library thing and how that develops. Also, they also need to learn a lot about the non-musical stuff, the not sexy stuff, which is contracts and rights and copyright, all of that stuff. I think which under my education was not structured well enough. you know. So sitting doing Sibelius cue sheets is super nice, but it's not really a weapon towards a producer, an American producer, for example, that has like way different standards than Europeans have, for example. So I think that kind of entrepreneurship is really important for the future. On an artistic level, I do find that, you know, we also need to believe in ourselves and the choices that we make. So the choices you make as a composer might be very different from mine, but still nothing is better or worse than anything, you know. So I think also, like, you know, believe that your storytelling is the right. And I think that takes time to you know, integrate in yourself that, you know, that you know, the fear of, like, you know, doing wrong is like within yourself most of all. It was a stupid answer maybe, but I think that was my thought about it.
There are no stupid answers.
You have fun. I think we are adapting to new challenges every day now, and I feel like the younger generation is really like well set off with that. They're like used to be doing that since they were a kid. They really grew up in a pretty different world, and they're just, these tools are their, you know, their home kind of. So I'm not that worried about that. On the other hand, talking about education, I like from my perspective, from the Czech Republic, there is not much of like you know, music education which would go really beyond traditional music. While when I was studying in the US, I was at UCLA for 6 months, and then I went to PhD in ethnomusicology and digital composition. So then I realized that, you know, they're really well preparing their students for life out there, which is hardcore in LA. Like that's a battle, you know, it's a survival, and you better make it or you're out of there and you move somewhere else. So that we would have classes on legal issues with music. We would have classes on music business. We would work on our portfolios, deliver it, comment on it. We would have classes combined with movie composers. So there was we would have to deliver one score together and a film, or with dancers. So it was like a whole complex education, way beyond just the creative part. Notation as well, that was a crazy one, you know, and doing mock-ups, but you went through all the phases of everything which could be waiting for you at the moment. And of course, there will be some other challenges in the future because the world is always changing. But I think at least they're doing pretty good job in like having those kids ready to be on the market and kind of try to make it, you know, and survive. While there are places like, unfortunately, in Czech Republic, I need to say that it's very hard, and we are not like those people are not ready. I do workshops for Czech music industry, for the Czech scene, because I feel there is a lack of that knowledge, there is a lack of education. So I'm helping out as much as I can, but I would love that to be part of the normal, you know, educational curriculum at the universities, which is still not happening.
I think what's very important, and I said so at the Berlinale at least, so we're not a school, so we're not teaching, but the only thing probably that is taught there is the importance of community. So, and the importance of community sounds very vague, and it refers once again to that freedom and we're all together thing. But for a time, or in a time, and I think we all know that, you will know that, which will become a bit more competitive probably in terms of the economical questions and so on. Probably or from our perspective, the community is the only right answer. So instead of teaching people to just accumulate skills for themselves so that they become stronger to fight against the others, which has been a traditional concept of the elite universities, of the elite schools and so on. We think, and I think probably all of us or others here on the table might think that the strength actually lays in sharing and in finding out that we among each other become stronger when we are doing it together. It doesn't mean that we do it all together, but the sheer fact that 12 composers and sound designers are put together in one room at Berlinale Talents is not because we have 12 composers and sound designers and we need to put them in one room. It's because it creates something new. It creates exchange among each other, and also it creates a new way of thinking about yourself as part of something bigger. And that, of course, goes into other disciplines and into the fact that we've said and brought up here in the very beginning when it comes up to collaboration in between the different disciplines. So what we need to learn is how to do and how to create that community and how to actually stick together so that it also becomes productive. So because it's not about hanging out together, it's also about working together. And for example, we nowadays realize that a lot of what a composer, a lot of what a sound designer, a director, whoever is in Berlin does is not actually connected to the films. So they shied that away in the filmographies and the biographies, and they thought, oh, she's probably not a good cinematographer because she only made 2 films in the last 2 years. And then in between, when you read in between the lines of her biography, you found out that she actually built up a community for female cinematographers in Brazil. But she shied it away because she thought, okay, they are only interested in the films. But we raised that up, so because we think this is actually a skill. This is actually something which makes her super outstandingly interesting and also strong, because she built up a gang. And this gang is supporting each other nowadays in work. So again, it's also good for their professional side. But it's something I want to see taught in schools. So how to build up an association, how to build up something to fight for money rights or whatever.
Can I say something to that? I realized a couple of years back that I was always wondering, why are producers so evil? Like, why do they always work against me? We are on the same team. And I realized at some point, it's just ignorance. Like, they don't know what it is. And then I thought, like, oh, but why are composers so badly organized? Because we were brought up with like being ourselves and being rock stars. So I really find, because with schools like changing now, because I found like then you have a seminar for 2 weeks or 1 week, and for many students that can be cool but also a little weird. So I mean, like, but if you have that from the beginning till the end, that producers will understand, but this is the composers, that's where they come from, and this is the editors, this is where they come from, then I think we would see a whole other community in the next decades to come, because we shouldn't work against each other. I usually tell my students that, like, you're not making music now, you're making film. And I think if everybody could have that common perspective on, like, then I think it will also be easier to talk to each other, I think.
I think it's merging roles. I mean, that's what I'm also trying in my teaching, is like when for example, I'm giving workshops for musicians who learn how to direct their own music videos. And of course, not all of them are constantly directing, after my workshop, constantly directing their own videos, but they understand how to talk to a director. And I think that's the most important thing. It's network, and also to not stick to this little corner where you're kind of stuck. Also, for example, with my film students now, everybody wants to become a director. But of course, yesterday when we formed the teams, I made merging roles with every take. That we had a new director, and the other ones did the cinematography, or just let them change the perspective. I think that's and also for me, when I started, I didn't even know that film directing would be my profession, and so it's to be open and to trust in what's out there, and I think that's also something which is great. Is I wasn't prepared for being a director because nobody in my family didn't even know what that is, So we have to build up networks, and we have to trust and communicate because there's constantly new jobs out there, and maybe my job won't be there in 10 years anymore. That's life. So this will always happen, I think. and maybe now the wave is bigger or huger. So how do you prepare for a tsunami? Learn to swim? I don't know. I mean, you know.
Exactly. I think that's a great point. Learn to swim. Mm-hmm. Well, as an example for that, you know, I feel like we can be very honest with our students about. First of all, these students come from 80 different countries around the world. They have very different cultural backgrounds, very different age ranges, and we're honest in the fact that we have really no idea what it is that they're going to end up doing with their lives. We know. We know what our graduates have done, but their path is their own. And I think every year we get a new group of students through that are going to be doing something different. So our responsibility really is to broaden their perspective whilst they're there in an undergraduate program. It's to introduce new ideas and to try to help them find something that they're really passionate about. And then to try to provide an environment that's going to help to train them to overcome challenges that they will undoubtedly face. And so we focus on this learning by doing, on experiential learning, and students work on projects with difficult briefs and difficult questions that they have to work on both together and individually. And as a result, they develop a whole range of different skills. And so we're learning through failure a lot. And by doing that, we're also developing these collaboration skills, communication skills, negotiation skills, how to take risk, how do you develop grit or determination. And yeah, these types of skills are something that you can apply to anything. So it doesn't matter which way you move in life and what it is that you really end up doing, that skill set's going to be of some use to you. And so there might also be flaws to this approach as well. And I think, Florian, you bring up some interesting points today. And yeah, that would be my take on how we try to prepare for an unknown future.
Yeah.
But yeah, Haraldo.
Yeah, I guess I finished my studies quite recently. It's like four years ago. I was studying university, and what kind of, because it's this idea of community of you know, bringing people from different fields together is very, very beneficial to filmmaking and to a new kind of way of making film and making film together. And it's a Gesamtkunstwerk. It's something that you need, you know, everyone to come from every direction of art and design and cinematography, whatever. You need all these people. But I feel the biggest, like maybe the thing that makes kind of a friction in this is that the generation that is still pretty much in control in many, you know, TV stations or big production companies, they have this kind of opposite idea where they think, oh, like I said before, and it kind of feels silly if I say it again, but this idea of a film is like, you know, you're running a dictatorship. It's like you have the head of the film is the director, and it's his vision, it's what he wants, and you kind of have to follow this. And when I work with people who are maybe, you know, 30, 40 years older than I am, then this is always the way to go. And they don't talk so much about this, what we're talking about. So yeah, I just want to say, because yeah, it felt a very big difference, you know, when I finished school and I was doing interesting projects there, you know, working on short films with students and stuff, and then working on my first TV film, where it was very different. I was taking, you know, comments from 5 different people that were above me, and they all had their idea. And then the director came in and changed everything again, and it was very chaotic and I didn't feel very collaborative, I would say. Yeah.
Sure, and I think that then connects back to the point that you made, Florian, just about creating communities and also creating new ways of working. And yeah, exploring the potential possibilities there. I'm aware of the time. We have 6 minutes left. I would like to give each one of you a few minutes each to just try to think of any particular takeaway or something that's resonated with you from the talk today.
Yeah, I think we both have a very, or all of us have a very, I would say, modern approach to what this is, and I think I've always found that the school in itself as an art format is like a paradox, because we're not going to school here, we are doing research. So I think in terms of being relevant for the next couple of years, I think actually creating those spaces where I am not the one to tell young people how sounds are made. They know a lot more than I do, but I know about creating an environment so they can actually develop. And I think life is like one long development, and I think having this conversation in 10 years would probably be very different from now. So I think, like going away from the school format and looking into the individual is what I've been thinking about during this conversation.
You go, I go later.
Do you want to go? Yeah, I can also just pick on what you've just said, and I'm very happy that, or thankful that you've done it. So because with everything we've said here today, so I feel that there's still there's a bit of an elephant in the room. So because we haven't mentioned the word that keeps it all in the structure it's hierarchies. And behind hierarchies, there's interests. And it's very understandable that these interests are there. So because producers invest a lot of money, so first and foremost, they want to get the thing done in the way they have the idea brought into the world. So now there's a question if this is a good way. Of course, we can question that, and we've questioned it here. But by talking about freedom within the respective fields, we mainly and mostly represent here today composers, sound designers, and that field. It's good to teach those people and those fields of work and you and everyone on how to do it differently and how to bring it all together, but it's also need to be taught to those who are in the hierarchy traditionally or just practically above. So like you said, and this I think is very important, it's good to speak to directors about, at least traditional directors. I think there's also some change here to okay, what is you need to understand about composition or sound design or whatever it is, so that this understanding that comes from here can actually also be seen and taken for granted over there. So it's not that easy, so we have a quite long way, but what I really appreciate from here today and also from the entire summit is that holistic approach to it. So we're not sitting in our little bubble here, so we're trying to really see it more all together.
Yeah, I think you got a really good point here, because as a director as well, and as a lecturer for me, I always experienced like I wanted to be a democratic director. But then, of course, I had my vision, and there was this intern coming in, suddenly talking to the actor. That's not how it works, you know. So, of course, it's like this. I mean, film teams, film crews. You have all these specialists, and they have to work like this for one day. And when you do commercials or something, it's like one day, and the whole machine has to be rolling, right? So there needs to be responsibilities, and this is the word I wanted to add, is I think to be responsible of what your task is and how you can share that with the others, and what your place is in the whole thing that we are doing together. That's something that me as a director and also as a lecturer in these both fields, music and film, that's my approach, and what I see with BIM, for example, also is actually the same what you just mentioned, to be very aware of these people coming in there, trying to create a safe space, and then being responsible for letting them grow and helping this, and not just having a creative space. What's creativity without responsibility? I think that's
a whole other panel discussion. An interesting one, though. Yeah, sorry, we're very short on time, but I'd like to hear from both of you.
Yeah, I really appreciated talking to these educators, people working in education. I feel it's a part of your life that never leaves you, but you sometimes get a bit distant from it. This idea of learning things new, being fresh, making a system of how to learn together. So that's my take, yeah, that's it.
I'll probably go back to artistic perspective again. So, guys, if anyone is anyone a musician, composer here, or filmmaker? Yeah, most of us. And are you guys like hybrids, or like you're sticking? Yeah, most of us. Yeah, that's like, I think the outtake could be also like, don't like, be reckless, be fearless, try new things. Don't think about it twice. Just fucking do it. And touch the materia from all the angles you can, with your hands, with your senses, with your feet, with your liquids, whatever you want. But then somehow, fortunately, and it always happens, it does unfold itself, into some little jam at the end. Like you will get that thing which you were not even aware about when you started to try it, So like, don't put any barriers, don't try to be an expert at the beginning, just like go and, and eventually you'll find where, like, from being this little, like, I would say, like, don't worry to be ignorant at the beginning. That's nice too. Just go there and you dig deeper and eventually become an expert by just trying, unexpected things.
What a great point to finish on. I hope this has been an interesting talk to listen in on. Very complex. So just keeps being interesting for me that we're talking about convergent media in such a divergent way. This is a conversation that I'm sure we will continue. And yeah, thank you very much for being here. I wish you a pleasant time at the rest of the festival. Thank you.
I almost said it. I mean, come on. can you leave the cards? Can you please? Yeah. Can you please leave the cards on the seats? Can you please leave the cards on the seats?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yes, no.
Okay. That would have been very fun. Not for me, but for everybody else. So, let's speak about our next panel, which I'm now going to announce. A decentralized autonomous organization, for short DAO, is an emergent form of legal structure that has no governing body and whose members share the common goal to act in the best interest of said entity, popularized through cryptocurrency enthusiasts and blockchain technology. DAOs are used to make decisions in a bottoms-up managing approach. That sounds kind of dry, maybe, and maybe even complicated or unimaginable, but our next panel will ensure you that is most certainly not. Let me welcome to the stage our host, Eric Eitel, as well as Magdalena Jomek. And on the screen, via dial-in, Caitlin Davis, Catherine Rogers, Bas Grasmeyer, for the question, is DAO the infrastructure for a new generation of music and arts communities? Is there a third chair? There should be a third chair. Okay, no, but the fishbowl thing. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, okay. So anyway, the concept is that if it's sort of like a fishbowl discussion, not physically, because usually a fishbowl is an inner and an outer circle, but imagine yourself, this on the stage is the inner circle, this is the outer circle. So if you want to join the discussion, you are most welcome to. Okay, have fun.
Thank you so much. Welcome to our little dry and bulky topic, which it actually isn't, but we'll figure out later. Let me quickly introduce you to our little group here. I start with Magdalena Siomek, who is with me here on stage. She's founder and managing director of SmartDE, EG, a cooperative of the self-employed. The cooperative has set itself the task of improving the working conditions of self-employed artists, and therefore for many musicians, I guess. It is networked across Europe, and so far has more than 90,000 self-employed people are participating in the network, in the European structure, right?
Right.
Yeah. Then on the screen we have Caitlin Davis. Caitlin, here comes my introduction from last time again, is a Lisbon-based Canadian where she works and collaborates in music and technology. She explores this nexus through research, facilitation and community organizing in her roles at Frannz with Benefits. I hope this is still the case. And refraction DAOs, which could be interesting for today's discussion. She also hosts the radio show on Refugee Worldwide and Kashmir Radio. Then we have Bas. Hi, Bas. Bas Grasmeyer is a strategist with a background in music and startups, specialized in new business models for digital music. So I quote, he's fascinated by innovation, culture, and society. And he's the community lead at Colors, super interesting organization, and founder also of Music X, which is more like a, let's say, music think tank, I guess. And last but not least, we have Catherine Rogers. She's community lead at Water and Music, a research and intelligence network for the new music business. So far, everything correct, guys? Okay, fantastic. So, okay, let's start off. We only have 57 minutes left. So last time we met on this rather dry and bulky topic. I sat with Caitlin here, who is also joining us via... where are you, Caitlin, by the way?
I'm in Lisbon now.
Okay. So we sat together with Matt Dryhurst. I think many of you guys know him as well. In the Flutgraben on the occasion of Republika 22. Our task back then was to dream up a Web3 for music. So question was like, what if the Web3 with its automized decision-making processes and direct distribution and monetization channels could offer a real alternative to the current internet of monopolistic platforms and data silos? So back then our focus centered more on the, let's say, monetization and administration of things, and less on the community building aspect, which we will dig in a bit further today. So no worries, we're gonna catch up on the community aspect later on. So I'd say, so let's keep on dreaming. Without limits and with an eye on the technological developments that could make some of these dreams possible. So first of all, where are we now? Like in comparison to June this year, I think we've seen some dramatic changes on this whole Web3 thing. So since June, so the crypto winter continues. Everybody knows who has a crypto wallet, so it's really basically halved in value in average. The hype around NFTs is also over from my point of view. I mean, hype double underlined. I mean, I'm not saying NFTs are over, but and since they are also human-made, the DAOs we want to also talk about are accused of not delivering on the promise of being grassroots and fair. So this is where we stand. Like if I take a mainstream discourse, yeah. So when we talk about DAOs today, many think, including me, that they could play a big role in the societization of the music ecosystem. So I would like to take a step back now, and I also briefed Magdalena on that already, and want to talk about an older form or a more traditional form of cooperative frameworks. So they have been very long around, very positively connotated, at least in West Germany. So I'm talking about Genossenschaften, like the German co-op Genossenschaften concept. Magdalena here is a proven expert for Genossenschaften. So I'd like to turn on to you first. So what is a Genossenschaft and what role cooperatives such as Genossenschaften currently have in the music ecosystem?
Hello everybody, and I'm really happy to be a dinosaur here to present you a very old form of working together, which was probably, not probably, which was born also in Germany, and it was said, we will cooperate with the people we can see from the tower of the church. So it will be the circle of the people we are cooperating. For the people coming from the Eastern Europe, like me, the word cooperative, or spółdzielnia, how it was called in Poland, or LPG, maybe you know it. It was for the agrar industry. of the time of the collapse of communism was connotated very, very badly. So this is maybe not that I was already saying, maybe in the Western Europe we have a very good and positive image of the cooperative, but in the Eastern Europe we are still fighting with the heritage of the old times, and or there is a kind of attitude which is called nostalgia, so that we are missing the old good times of communistic regime, and everything was better than there, and there was also the cooperative which was there. The cooperative in our time, in Germany at least, because in other country, in other European country, in Spain or Italy, it is very, very popular and very easy form of building the first business, which are connected to the working as a collective. I've heard that in Luxembourg it is obligatory to build the cooperative if you are starting as a group and building your first startup business. In Germany, the form of the cooperative is still very archaic and very administrative, complicated, and there is the reason why we built the cooperative for the freelancer, for you, not to have the burdens of all the administrative struggles which are so typical for Germany, but to bring your collectives to our cooperative and enjoy the freedom inside.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Magdalena, for this first insight and your assessment about the role of cooperatives in Germany. So, in the music ecosystem. But so today we want to go a step further and talk about structures, platforms, and technological approaches that can make founding and maintaining cooperatives maybe even easier, more effective maybe, and perhaps more global. So, and plus we want to have a special or a deep look at the community building capabilities that are maybe inherent in DAOs, but later about the community building. First of all, does everybody know like the definition of a DAO in a nutshell? Or do you want me to read it out, what can be found on Wikipedia about DAOs? Yeah, okay. Okay, so by definition, a decentralized autonomous organization, DAO, is an organization constructed by rules encoded as a computer program. So we also often talk about smart contracts in this context, that is often transparent, controlled by the organization's members, and not influenced by a central government. In general terms, DAOs are member-owned communities without centralized leadership. So first idea that I had, like when we thought about Genossenschaften, I mean the administrative part is very based on governmental rulings and regulations, right? So
we are not only service, we are also community.
Yeah, okay. But as said, like we want to have a look into like the possibilities that we might see in DAO. So Caitlin, my DAO champ. Since you're from my point of view like a proven expert in this round, because you're basically also working in a DAO. In particular, when we want to assess existing structures, what they can do, and maybe also talk about the limits. So the question to you, when you hear Magdalena talk about smart.de, what impression does that make on you? Do co-ops really need a digital structure, like refraction, for instance? Or is there maybe a technological overhead with all its implications with regard to blockchain?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll take a step back and say, like, I've been aware of Smart for a long time because I was based in Berlin before being in Lisbon. So I'm sort of aware of the structure, and especially knowing like the intricacies and oftentimes like challenges of being a freelancer in Germany. I really appreciate the work that Smart is doing. And actually, kind of unrelated to this panel, but became related to this panel, there is somebody, his name is Austin Roby, who's sort of a thinker in the DAO space as well. And he actually did recently plugged Smart on something he wrote about. And then I realized that Magdalena was also on this conversation. So it was nice timing because this was really just on the weekend that I was reading this. But Austin wrote this really amazing piece earlier this year for Friends with Benefits editorial platform, kind of comparing DAOs and co-ops because, and I think it is just a very important piece for anybody kind of getting into the space or in the space, because I think oftentimes we see with DAOs or people building in DAOs that they think that they're reinventing the wheel. And actually co-ops have existed for a long time. I think probably, and sort of he outlines this in the piece, but I guess I'll kind of go one step further, is that co-ops have traditionally made it quite hard to fundraise at the beginning because sort of the way that traditional or venture funding works is that you sell off a portion of your ownership to a venture capitalist firm, which is quite against sort of the principles of co-ops. But DAOs kind of allow for DAOs seem to be a little bit more open to the structure of venture funding, I guess sort of because they came up within the tech space. I think there's probably a lot of things you could point to there. But I think that DAOs allow people to maybe move a little bit faster or raise funds in an easier way. But with that being said, there is definitely this libertarian streak that runs throughout a lot of DAOs or Web3 organizing, where people are the governments have served us wrong. We need to kind of do our own thing. And there's this real I think libertarian is the best word to say it, that doesn't acknowledge the realities of living in Germany and needing to pay for healthcare, in a way that co-ops do. I think that so I think it's kind of this, it's tough because co-ops obviously have a much more localized approach, which kind of gives them the context that they need to operate in a much more civically engaged manner. But because of that, and because of sort of where we're at with the internet, and especially with music communities, I think now increasingly we're looking at translocal scenes, not local scenes. I think even whoever is going to Berghain every weekend on Sunday, those people are connected to a much wider ecosystem that operates in New York and in Kampala and in Tokyo. And so I think that organizational structures that are kind of rooted in locality make that difficult. And that's probably something I would point to as why DAOs are currently serving music communities in an interesting way, because I say this I talk about DAOs quite a lot, and I think sometimes I think about what a DAO is quite a lot. I mean, I know you gave this, sort of Wikipedia definition of it, but when you think really closely about what those words mean, like decentralized autonomous organization, I think many of us have been a part of an organization like that, whether that was an after-school chess club or your grandmother's bowling league or a fan club for a boy band in the 90s. All of those things, nobody was telling you to be there. And oftentimes those organizations have been sort of community governed. So, and I think especially with music communities, club nights, record labels, radio stations have often come up through these sort of decentralized autonomous principles. And I think that that's probably why people are kind of looking to DAO infrastructure to sort of further the work that they've already been doing. I think there's a lot of music people in Web3, and I don't think that that's a surprise, basically.
Caitlin, just one step back before I include the other guys. So I asked Magdalena beforehand. So I get the impression that cooperative like Smart wants to take on mainly administrative tasks and care less about the community part, for example, the relationship between the artists within the network so an artistic exchange, so to speak, or also with regards to external relations, for instance, the distribution aspect of music, in our case, marketing or PR. So could we like have a quick look on this aspect from your point of view or from your work with DAOs?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm understanding the question correctly, it's sort of like co-ops have often stood to help people get health insurance or pay certain bills or be affiliated with certain unions, and DAOs. I mean, I'm sure there are DAOs that are kind of leaning into providing benefits like that to their members, but because of, and sort of back to your Wikipedia definition, like a DAO is a group of people aligned around a central mission. And when you look at that in creative communities, no record label was started to, I would say, no record label was started on the sole guise of helping people distribute their music. Most like record labels were started out of some sort of community with like a particular sound or a particular kind of like ethos backing it. Maybe it was in a particular part of the world. So I think that the community kind of, and I think actually Kat and I were just talking about this yesterday, like the community kind of comes first, or it should come first with the DAO, and hopefully DAO infrastructure kind of becomes, I think, and maybe we'll talk about this a bit, but obviously DAOs exist in a very, very legal gray area, depending on where in the world you are operating your DAO. And I hope that as more laws come in place for DAOs in the crypto world at large, that we'll be able to see DAOs be able to provide health insurance for their members, or provide tax papers, W-2 in the US. I forget the name in Germany, but I think that right now those are actually things that like co-ops can really provide people that I don't see DAOs providing people at the moment.
Okay, then let's dig deeper into this community building aspect, maybe, because I think this is something you guys are also very interested in, Bas and Kat. So Bas and Kat, you're quite all-rounders when it comes to strategic questions around the music ecosystems, I guess. So the question is passed on to you. What do you think new structures mean for cooperative approaches, but also other components that were free ecosystems, or where they, I mean, can we really drive the community building aspects on a DAO platform? Is this a place that can actually help here, or does it need like a more physical spot to do that?
I think that's a really interesting question. I feel like when people say DAO platform, they tend to mean Discord servers, because that's where so many DAOs gather, and where so much like integral kind of like relationship building and like information exchange happens for these decentralized communities. I think personally, as someone who has been working full-time in a DAO for a year and a half now, which is like, that's like 10 years in Web3 time, right? At least. I feel like as the pandemic has like loosened, well, eased up a little bit, and people have begun to socialize more, I think there's definitely been this like growing urge to like find an IRL counterpart to these Discord servers and online communities. And there's definitely, in like lots of DAO conversations I've been part of, there's been this idea that you like need to meet the community where they're at, and if people are beginning to do more stuff in real life, trying to step away from their laptops a little bit, I think that I'm hoping that we'll see more DAOs kind of like branch into like into real life events. And I know FWB have done this like incredibly successfully, and Refraction have a huge like obviously like events kind of like legacy. So yeah, I think that definitely there needs to be like a IRL kind of like counterpart to these DAOs.
That's interesting. Anything you want to directly...
So maybe like few information. For me, there's always the question if DAO are legal in Germany, and if it's possible, if they in the form of fiscal legality. So there is the problem: what do we do when the money comes to appear in your structure? So this is the moment how to legalize, and the co-op has the ways of legalizing the money. So this is and to work legal to get the funding. I would give an example of Open Collective. Smart is trying to start to work with Open Collective, which is a like legal form of a platform where a collective artists can together and get for funding, raise the money, make crowdfunding, and then they can also through Smart get employment, for example, or get full access to the social security, because there is the part of the Smart. So Smart is kind of special co-op, because normally the cooperative are only giving the service, like the Wohnungsgenossenschaften, so to give you an apartment. We are not only the co-op who gives the service, we are also the community of our members. And we are trying to talk about resilience, talk about how to negotiate contract, try to learn from each other. So
how is this organized? I mean, is this like in real life, or how do you organize? First, before I come to you, yeah?
I'm sorry. We have a like big office in Berlin when we organize community events. But of course, the pandemic learned us that we have to go digital. So currently we have the funding from the Ministry of Finance for digitalization, and we are also the part of Platform Coop. Platform cooperativism movement, which say how can we build platform based on the cooperative ideas, based of cooperative values, which belongs to everybody, and how it will be driven together, and how can we benefit also from the digital world without losing the idea of the cooperative, and one more time, to see the people from the tower of the church in the village, you know, the people, the circle of the people. So this is really a challenge for the cooperative, not losing the spirit in the time of the digital.
Okay, one last comment from my end before we go to Bas.
I'm sorry to...
This is super interesting, because I also heard, especially about the German Genossenschafts community, that there's a lot of effort like to digitize in the end. Yeah. So I for me it really felt like, okay, there's like the DAO movement from one side and the Genossenschaft or co-op movement from the other side, and maybe they'll meet at some point. So that was just like a picture that I had in mind. But I want to go to Bas now and talk about or come back to the let's say artistic dimension of a DAO. So would you say it has the potential to also drive like the artistic exchange, or is this, or am I mistaken that I have the feeling like the core let's say assets that are always dropped if we talk about DAOs? Or it's nice to automate decision processes, and obviously also to split shares or votes. So but how about from your point of view about the artistic dimension of community building? Is this like something you can elaborate?
Really happy to be here virtually. I was going to be there in person, but I'm a little bit sick, so I'm at home with my fleece sweater, staying warm. And I'm hoping I'm going to be coherent here. So in terms of artistry, so for me, DAOs are a technology-based concepts to make social coordination easier, and particularly sharing resources or having shared access to a certain resource. For me, that's really what it's for. I also think in terms of like the definition of DAO, I have like one caveat there, which is the definition of DAO that you used describes kind of where people want to get, which is like kind of a completely decentralized network where things are the mission is like a meme. Everyone participates according to the meme. There's alignment and incentives in the form of like tokens, which are then kind of used for decentralized types of decision making and governance processes and stuff like that. But a lot of DAOs are not there quite yet, or rather, they'll use the label DAO as they are moving towards it. So you will see a lot of DAOs, especially DAOs when they're kind of running short on resources. They'll have like more centralized types of teams and decision making, as well as like when they expand. But as well as as well as for the mission of like expanding that and kind of really setting it on the right path. I know like, well, actually, maybe all of the examples that we have here, including what I'm working on with colors, but also water and music is a good example of something that's like stewarded really well and has like kind of this progressive decentralization playbook. But like back to the question, for me, one of my favorite examples to answer your question is what I don't know, collective kind of experimentation collective called Songcamp is doing. Earlier this year, they brought together 80 people, 80 band members, they called them, to do a 6-week experiment of music creation. It turned out to be 8 weeks, but music creation that then would be released as NFTs. So this is 80 people who've never worked with each other before. I think 40-ish musicians, and then visual artists, developers, economists, strategists, project leads, people who are making podcasts, and they called themselves Chaos. So they took like one name for everyone. And at the very end of it, when they had all their music produced, they, first of all, it was like a safe container for experimentation, because the whole reason why Songcamp came about was because the founder, he was kind of unhappy with how when he goes to songwriting camps, he ends up like really jamming with people making cool music, but he can never release it under his own artist brand. So here was like this big collective of artists, many of whom didn't know each other, working together for a few weeks, deciding upon the rules for how the value eventually generated should be split. And then at the very end of it, when they dropped a really phenomenal kind of NFT project, which I won't dive into much now, but like it raised hundreds of thousands of dollars on day one.
Go on. This is exactly what I just to make it more tangible. Sound of.
I mean, let me keep it at least to the point of kind of artistry and sharing resources. So when they dropped their NFT projects in the end, which included 45 songs with kind of unique generative artwork, meaning there would be a potential of like 21,000 NFTs coming out of that. When they dropped that, they raised like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Ether, so the cryptocurrency, on the release day. And that was then automatically like split towards like all the contributors based on like various rules that they had put in place during that time. So back to like the original question, I think they managed to rally a whole bunch of musicians that maybe never worked, most of them never worked with each other, many of whom never even heard of each other, to like go work together on something, knowing that like automatically they're going to share and participate in the value being generated. And in this case, it went to everyone individually rather than a treasury. You can also say we put it in a treasury and then we have like some type of voting automation based on what do we do with it. So for me, this type of kind of potential tooling, the fact that you actually own either individually or collectively the value that you're generating, rather than that it gets captured by a Spotify or a Facebook or whatever. This is or some intermediary, but it gives a certain immediacy and it gives a certain trust for like strangers to coordinate and collaborate and work together. So I feel this type of tooling is really early. So I think it's still relatively kind of hard and foreign to use these things, but I think this type of tooling could be really interesting to consider for music scenes, or for even forming new scenes, or for like communities that might exist around artists. And then I don't mean like artist fan community, but I really mean like the network of people that they collaborate with. And then that way you can like shape a scene. And you don't have to kind of figure out beforehand with like paper contracts how you're going to do everything. You can like set up certain rules and just kind of capture the value as a community rather than that it has to go on someone's bank accounts. And then who knows what's going to happen with it. You can't like have governance. So this is like this is why I think so many people are experimenting with the technology.
Yeah, okay, finish, and then I ask.
Oh, the only point is like cooperatives are amazing, and I cannot compare these two things at all. I think cooperatives are like a beautiful vehicle for so much. It's such a cultural force, and I think DAOs are more like a set of tooling. Rather, I would not really like to look at them so much as like a legal entity. Too much right now, at least.
As the cooperative, I would immediately ask how the people declare the income in the tax declaration.
Because we actually slipped away from this question originally, but we have to come back to that. I have one more question to Buzz regarding, because I was really looking forward to get like a nice, lively example, because we also have like a focus on like this community building aspect, and I think this sounds pretty much like an artistic community, because obviously there has been like some artistic production that has been released in the end. So you got basically the entire microcosmos of a music production inherent in this project. And I was about to ask, would they also define roles for, let's say, external relations, like the distribution? You said they dropped NFTs. Did they also define roles for things like marketing in general or PR, for instance? Do you know that?
I don't know if that was like super part of it, but the kind of like founding team was very proactively connecting with who they need to connect with. They are right now deciding what to do when this music gets distributed to Spotify. So it's not on Spotify and things like that yet, but they're having basically a debate with the artists, like, should we send it into our treasury, like all the funds, and then split it based on what we've decided collectively, or does it just go to the performing artists on each of the tracks? Tax-wise, by the way, I can only speak for myself. So with Colors, we did an NFT drop for DAO to kind of build up like an initial group of supporters, and we calculated that roughly 45%, just to be safe, that we should save like 45% of the revenue to be able to pay like sales tax, because we couldn't like include that in like Ether kind of offering, as well as the various other taxes that a company has to pay. This is not really how many DAOs necessarily do things, especially since they're very like US oriented and orientated. I also think some DAOs they're maybe trying to circumvent taxes a bit if they can, which kind of maybe ties into like the libertarian narrative. In our case, we're playing like really safe because, as in we're being conservative because we don't want surprises, but also there's a company and we want to pay taxes. I understand why maybe people in some country, I've lived in Bulgaria and in Russia, I understand why people don't want to pay taxes if you live in a place like that, because it just goes into corruption. I don't know, like the American mentality, I can't word it, but I think a lot of, I mean, in our case, actually, the thing was like, we want to do this right, but there's not enough information about like how to actually do it correctly. I think this is the question I get the most often from other people leading DAOs is like, hey, how are you like looking at legal structures and things like that? Where are you registering? And there's certain things that we're not able to do at the moment because we haven't figured out how to do it in a way that is like properly kind of compliant, especially since in the case of Colors, we're tied to like a legal entity, and it's harder to argue that we're kind of distributing risk over like a large enough network of people around the world. But yeah, it's really every DAO handles this topic themselves.
I feel like it could be like a whole other panel to go into like the legalities of the tax stuff, because it's something that so many people talk about, and like there really are so many intricacies like based on where you are in the world, and where your members are in the world. I guess there was something I'm really happy, Baz, that you brought up Songcamp, because I always talk about it, and it's such a like an amazing example. And I think it's also worth noting, and maybe correct me because Baz, you're a little bit more involved with them, but like Songcamp itself is not a DAO, but some of their projects have formed DAOs. So Baz just talked about this project called Chaos. There was one the season before, what was it called? And they did a DAO. Electra, yeah, and like Electra has a DAO. So I think it's worth saying that like a lot of people, I think, stick the acronym DAO at the end of their company name to raise money, but like a lot of the more like genuine projects are either like actually not DAOs, or they're using the tools and not being too like technologically determinist about them. There's this amazing collective in London called Soda with 2 A's. I'm going to forget what it stands for, but they are adamantly not a DAO. They're not against it, but they're kind of using the tools to explore what it would mean for a community to own a club in London. And they are using the principles of another type of organizing that has kind of started to come up called a DISCO, which is a distributed cooperative autonomous organization. Because I think there's been a lot of questions around, like, as Baz mentioned, a lot of us, we're all kind of involved in the DAO space, but I have yet to see a DAO that is truly decentralized and autonomous. And I think that there's a lot of questions, not again to bring it back to the libertarian thing, but like, is autonomy really what we need right now? In a lot of places in the world, arguably it's more about collaboration. So I really, if there are people interested in the concept of a DAO, but are maybe kind of turned off by those aspects of it, I would really recommend looking into Discos. It's like disco.coop is their website. And like they're sort of like rooted in this like feminist economics. And it's a really cool sort of like alternative. And I think I really appreciated talking. I spoke with some of the Soda crew a few weeks ago, and they were like, they're maybe one day they will become a DAO, but they feel like for right now, for their community, it's more important for them to be distributed and cooperative than it is for them to be decentralized and autonomous.
I just really want to
Kat, just 1 sec. Kat, give me 1 sec, because I just want to make sure, because we're actually supposed to be a fishbowl today, so and we only have 20 minutes left. So just to addressing the audience. Hello, guys, you're still with us? Hello. So before we dig even deeper into the whole DAO thing, should we make a little questions round, just in case you guys have like questions about what has been said earlier? So just to make sure we don't lose you at a certain point. Or should we just, I also have prepared some questions for the guys here, so I'm fine, but if you think we should like have a little, or you have questions you want to address to the guys here, please shoot. Ryan. Do we hear him? No, huh? Oh, there's a mic. Okay, there's the mic.
Okay, thanks. I do have some questions. I was just feeling that they're a bit maybe too specific, but one of the things I'm interested in, because I have no experience with DAOs so far, is when you decide on the rules that will govern the DAO, is it a standard that everyone has the same voice? Like you have a question of how you're going to sell something as the rule, or are there like, is that a rule in and of itself? How much like certain people that haven't been around in the DAO for so long, their voice doesn't count as much as some others. That's a very specific question, but I'd really like to know how that works.
In the end, it's a smart contract. So the DAO defines, but I think maybe some of you guys want to elaborate. Because I mean, this whole aspect of fairness and stuff. Kat, you were about to start. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I can definitely speak to my experience of like mediating this process at Water and Music. So we have a token. It's called Stream. It's not a liquid token, so you can't buy, sell, you can't buy or sell Stream, but you can earn it. It's meant to be an on-chain recognition of your contributions to the DAO and your kind of, I guess, status within the community. And what the token does get you is that it gets you voting rights on Water and Music's strategy and governance. So we existed as an organization and as, I guess, like a research an organization, a media brand, before we actually became a DAO, which I think is a fairly atypical journey, although I think it's one that Baz can probably relate to, having with your work at Colours. But what we did is that we retrospectively doled out tokens to our existing members to essentially reward them for their efforts and to, like, I guess, mark the fact that we were now a DAO and this is how we're going to, you know, govern ourselves going forward. And we did that by a fairly complicated process of like taking into account how long the member had been paying for their Water and Music subscription, so how long they'd been financially like contributing to the company, whether they'd taken part in any research projects, whether they'd taken part in any of our events, and we have run like educational workshops and courses as well, so whether people had attended those. We also actually we analysed our Discord server and we looked at people who contributed the most to discussions. And we also publish a regular newsletter where we highlight interesting commentary from our Discord server on music and tech. So you got more tokens if you were quoted in that, because obviously, you know, you're saying intelligent things and you're adding value to the community. I still really love that idea that you can kind of get something just for like chatting online all day. I think that's like a truly lovely idea. And it's such a nice marker of like the value that we all, you know, give to social media platforms just by like, you know, kind of donating our time and our content. But anyway, that's how we mediated it. I think every DAO is different. I feel like we keep on saying that, but it's true. But that's how we did it. So we retrospectively airdrop those tokens to all of our supporters, and then going forward, we issue them on a quarterly basis, usually using some kind of like, I guess, like version of that weighting. But I think one thing that's important to note is that even like Caitlin said, that process was centralized ultimately. So the criteria was invented by the core team, and we essentially managed that process. And I think that's ultimately the main takeaway is like, to be effective in any way operationally, there has to be like a certain layer of like centralized decision making, and I think that isn't necessarily at odds to like the DAO spirit. I think it's just it's necessary really to get things done.
Does this answer your question, Ryan?
It does, and it's very interesting because companies I've worked for and work for now, we do deals with different companies on the artist's behalf, the artists that we represent, and I, you know, a lot of the time feel like we do talk to artists, of course, but like it's a very inspiring thought of like how could we, you know, get their vote in for this, and how would you do that if it's a company that represents, let's say, 10,000 artists, for example. So yeah, it does answer my question, and it's very interesting.
Yeah, I quickly had to think about GEMA, but that's another topic.
Good luck there.
Are there other questions from the right behind you? Guck mal. Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Just a quick question. I didn't really understand how, like the Soda Club that you mentioned, and you said it's not a classic DAO concept, but something similar. And I tried to look it up and couldn't find anything, and didn't really. Could you just spell out how that? It sounded like disco, but under disco.org there's nothing.
Stacco Trancosi.
So it's disco.coop is like the sort of organizational structure. And then let me try and find Soda. So
Soda I found, that was easy to find if you put in Soda. With
yeah,
a double
Soda
A,
is
okay. So
soda.a.club.
Disco.coop. Okay, thank you.
I think there is the manifesto, disco manifesto wrote by Stacco Trancosi. So there is you can find it's also searching by the author. It's very nicely written manifesto, very lively, so strange form, interesting to read.
Yeah, I was thinking anyway, because we are at a question point of our meeting here. So I think at this point there's already so much super interesting information coming from you guys. So I was just thinking if we could, I don't know, make this accessible for you guys afterwards. So let us think about something, and maybe you can just, if you need a little wrap up or something, just come to me later on. I try to organize a little bit of exchange of wisdom here. Yeah. Okay. So questions from you guys. Otherwise, I have a question. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, I came a bit late, so maybe.
You
talked about it already, but are there any other, like some other good examples of DAOs right now that are going into a successful direction, except like Soda Club, that you could go a bit more into?
Did you hear?
I mean, non-financial financial advice, but probably all of the DAOs that we are representing. So I work with and for a DAO called Refraction. Again, non-financial non-financial advice, but because it's worth saying that I mean, actually, like Refract has a token called Refract, which again. And it's similar to Water and Music's token Stream, that it's not liquid, so you can't buy or sell it. Refraction sort of operates all around the world, mostly IRL. Our cornerstone project is a festival. We did our second one earlier this year and kind of reimagined what it meant to be a festival. So, like, why does a festival have to happen across one weekend in one place? If you're kind of operating with a similar ethos or like sort of shared programming mindset, why couldn't a festival be in Berlin and Kampala and New York and Sao Paulo? So that was kind of what we tried to address there. And the DAO has sort of since started kind of building up other activities outside of just the festival. I was part of stewarding a creative grants program. So we launched our first round earlier this year and awarded, we basically decided we $100,000 from our treasury to fund fund artistic projects in an effort to further decentralize, because sort of in our organization of the first festival, it was amazing. And we had like really amazing partners all over the world, but a lot of them were people that were already known to us. And we realized that to kind of think about furthering our sort of ideas of decentralization, that we needed to like put calls out to a wider community of people that we didn't know. So we're running through that grants program now. We eventually ended up awarding 25 projects and sort of split the $100,000 accordingly. And we're doing another festival in Miami in a few weeks, in line or sort of in time with Miami Art Week, Miami Art Basel. But maybe Kat and Baz, it's also good for you to talk about the work you do with Water, Music, and Colors, because I would say two astounding DAOs.
Plus one on Water and Music. I wanted to, like, one thing that came to mind that like people will not be able to find in our bios is a DAO called Heads, HEDS. And what they do is they, let me see if I gotta get this right. So they get an artist. They recently worked with Josh Pan. This artist provides a sample, and then they do a remix competition. People submit tracks basically using that sample, and then the DAO votes on kind of a top 20 of artists of remixes essentially. Out of the top 20, 10 are handpicked by the curator, which is also the musician supplying the sample, in this case, Josh Pan. And those get turned into NFTs, where Josh Pan will make some money, or like in this case, Josh Pan will make some money. The individual artists will make some money, as well as the treasury of the DAO. And then all those people who submitted music, or maybe just the top 20, I'm not entirely sure, they become DAO members. So you become kind of like a curator of like the future of the sound. You can submit your own music, but all the music is always like anonymous. So I think this is like a really nice cycle that they have going. And I think it's also an example of like, how does governance work in a certain situation? Just back to like a previous question. So in this case, submitting music and getting selected into a certain group brings you into the DAO. That means you can vote. I don't know. I think each person gets one vote rather than some communities that say if you hold like the number of tokens you hold, tokens indicates like investment of either energy or money. Typically, usually if things are functioning well, based on that, your vote weighs a little bit more. That might be one governance choice. Some communities say, no, one person, one vote is better. I think it really depends on like the type of decisions you're making as a community. But yeah, I also saw Kat's unmute. I don't know if Eric can see who's like unmuting, but we can see each other unmute here on the screen.
Thank you so much for that, Baz. I actually hadn't heard of Heads, so I'm totally going to check them out after this. But yeah, like not to like plug my own project, but definitely do check out Water Music. We're a research publication, so we publish like long form research into emerging music and tech topics. We're currently working on a huge research report into creative AI in the music industry, and generally trying to pave the way for the music industry to form ethical, like reciprocal relationships with creative technology. So really, really excited about that. But another DAO I would really love to plug. They're a little bit smaller than the DAOs that have been mentioned, but it's an organization called Dirt. They're a daily newsletter, and they publish really like insightful, hyper-literate takes on pop culture, usually from like quite a niche lens. It's just like incredible content. They also have a DAO arm which funds and allows you to vote on the articles that get commissioned in the weekly newsletter. And as someone who comes from a journalism background, I think that kind of collectivism is just something that really makes sense. Journalism, especially music journalism, has been completely ravaged by like editorial cuts to editorial budgets and like SEO, and it's just really refreshing to be part of a group of people who are taking the time to like think about and publish like really high quality, thoughtful, niche pop culture content. So I'm really, really excited about them at the moment.
This is so nice that you mentioned that, because we only have 5 minutes left, and I just wanted to come back because initially I said like we had this session also with Caitlin that I said like, oh, let's stream about Web3 for music, and can I read it out to you what I wrote, what my dream was back then? It was like, so I had a cooperative in mind, maybe a Genossenschaft, where music producers work together with curators, formerly known as journalists, and technological enablers for music publishing and distribution. I think so. All the examples that you guys just dropped, and if I imagine like to get them together into like a little ecosystem bubble whatsoever, this could be exactly like this dream that I had in mind. So this was super inspiring so far. I have a question that is going to all of you guys, like for basically the end. I mean, we only have 4 minutes. So talking about what I earlier said about the crypto winter and about like scam and NFT crisis and let's say the Web3 crisis, sort of, which I don't think it is really a crisis because there are wonderful things like DAOs, for instance. But how does this whole scenario affect the work of the DAOs you're collaborating with? Maybe like just a short statement, because I would like to have like an look into the future. Maybe, I don't know, do you want to start, Beth?
Maybe I can
Or
start.
you can start, yeah.
So, because it's the crisis is of course there, but in the time of crisis, people are jumping on the cooperative idea. So, because we are together, and the idea of solidarity keeps us alive. So these times were for us as a cooperative quite good because we get a lot of new members, and we see that it's really like a renaissance of the idea of the cooperative, and we see that the crisis times are the times of renaissance of the cooperatives.
Okay. Should we just make a little round? Bas, do you want to go next?
I mean, the only thing is like, so business models for DAOs are complicated, and I think like main source of revenue, you're trying to generate like what's called on-chain revenue, so that you can, that means like it's cryptocurrency based, and then you can subject it to all of these rules, especially if you don't have like a legal entity to support you. It's like, how does anyone want to put up their bank account to collect all the money, convert it into crypto, and then put it into the treasury? Seems like a lot of risk, tax risk for like one person. So I think definitely treasuries are a lot tighter. A lot of organizations that previously had like a lot of kind of incentives and grants and things like that, that's like kind of not really happening that much. Except for refraction, because we also applied for a refraction grant to do something with the colors community. But yeah, things are a bit tighter, and I think this also makes it a little bit harder. For example, in our own community, we have a lot of things that we would want to fund, but we cannot. And then people are like, then the amount of activity is very much kind of centralized to just a few people. It's not exactly centralized, but there's just less room for centralization if there's less resources. You still have like collective ownership of the outcomes, but the people that can actually afford to do the work that can be paid beforehand rather than afterwards, it's just going to be like a smaller amount. This is definitely, as I say, in Web3 terms, like really messing with the vibes a bit. But I think it also is really productive because you really get people that genuinely believe in technology. They're there to do with it what it's there for, and not for like, you know, quick money-making schemes or scams and stuff like that. They're kind of...
I always hear this word catharsis. Is this how you express it in English? But that it really like sort of have like the true believers and makers left in this process. Maybe interesting. Who wants to go first, Kat or Caitlin, for our little look into the future under the given circumstances? Kat, go.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think Water Music is in the unique position of having, I guess, like a dual revenue stream, because we are funded both through like a very classic subscription model. You can sign up for Water Music and you can pay in dollars or euros, and it's just like, you know, your Spotify subscription. But we also have a treasury, which is consists of revenue from our NFT projects, which we tend to pay contributors from. I will say that lots of DAOs who hold their treasuries in ETH have just, you know, had their treasuries slashed, which is obviously really, really difficult. But I do think that Water Music has been like a little shielded from the, you know, effects of the bear market. I think the thing that's most concerning for me as a community lead is, as Baz said, that feeling of like people feeling a little more tentative about getting involved in DAOs, that like excitement and kind of fizziness that we felt in the market during the bull market is dying off a little bit. And I think people are very, very understandably like sensitive about precarity right now. And unfortunately, the reality of contributing to a DAO is that it is precarious work. And I think everyone who works in DAOs should really try and forge ahead and like inject some clarity and security into DAO work, because ultimately it does share some negative some of the same negative downsides as like the gig economy, and that's just like the reality of the space right now. But it's not all doom and gloom. I definitely think that, you know, as you've both mentioned, like wonderful things get built in in bear markets. And I think this is when we're going to see some real, you know, products that will hopefully drive real adoption rather than, you know, just fluff and marketing blurbs. So yeah.
Excellent. Kat, quickie.
Yeah, to that end, I mean, I think you saw maybe like late last year, earlier this year, a lot of white papers being drafted, a lot of like sort of projects coming out into the world. And, you know, 8 months later, it's like, haven't really heard from those people in a while, have I? Or like, haven't checked in on that Discord server in a while. And that's like, no hate, but like, I think that it's much harder to fundraise than it was like 6 to 8 months ago. And that inevitably has kind of changed the business models of a lot of people. But I think that, again, to kind of plus one to what Kat and Baz and what you've already said, like, I think for me, it's actually been a really interesting time because I think a lot of the people who were in it purely for the speculation or purely for financial reasons have either maybe not left entirely, but they're sort of their motivations or their involvement has shifted. And it feels like to me right now, the people who are still like excited and building are like the people and projects that personally I was always interested in the first place, because it was about using the technology beyond the financialization of it. So yeah, it's definitely harder to build. And again, like Kat and Baz mentioned, like it makes the work a little bit more precarious and kind of resembles more of like a gig economy. I think that mentality was like kind of plaguing the space long before the bear market. There was a infamous tweet of somebody talking about what you were doing with your time after 8 p.m. And I think most of the people that I followed were like, I'm going to bed. Like I'm hanging out with my family and my dog, you know? Yeah. And I feel like that's like language or like an idea that really, really like, I feel like was super prevalent, you know, 5 to 10 years ago. And we kind of started to become a little bit more, at least in arts communities, a little bit more conscious of like paying people for their time and like solidarity and stuff like that. And I don't think that those things will go away. And I actually think that a sort of bear market, as Kat has mentioned, makes those community ties even stronger. Like to shout out another project that Kat's worked on, but there's definitely a lot of like emotional labor that goes into leading these communities. And Kat started this amazing Discord for like people working in community roles to just be like, how are you dealing with this? Like, what onboarding strategies are you finding working? Because it gets like lonely sitting behind your computer all the time. So.
Hey guys, thank you so much. I think we are running out of time. I get like this thing here all the time. So, first of all, thank you so much, Bas, Caitlin, Kat, Magdalena. It was a fantastic, inspiring talk for me and hopefully also for you guys. Thanks for Most Wanted Music for having us here today. And as said, like if you guys want to approach me later, I can write down some email address. Maybe we can have a little, I don't know, shared doc where you can just put in some of your suggestions, put some links in there, and I think we are all set for the day. Once again, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening and day, and Most Wanted Music. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Thanks.
Yes? I can start. Okay. Ah, nice. I actually do get to sit on the stage for once. And this next keynote is one that I have been personally looking forward to all day. It's called World Making and Abolition, or How to Completely Reimagine the Music Industry We Have Always Wanted. For those of you not familiar with the terminology, abolition is the act of ending an activity or custom officially. Like, for example, institutions that rely on depriving people of liberty and on punishment instead of compensating and integrating them. Abolition can happen via dismantling, divesting, or defunding said institutions. World making refers to the way we disrupt and dream beyond the limitations of what currently exists, to imagine and remake what is possible, and rather than reforming broken and exclusionary systems which are oftentimes based on oppressive structures such as racial capitalism or misogyny in the music industry, figures like Harry Belafonte, Underground Resistance, Janelle Monáe, Anoni, Frank Ocean, and Lorde, as well as some newly emerging tech innovators in music, have modeled for us abolitionist and radical ways of divesting from and reimagining the current business of music. And speaking to us about this will be Jason King, who's the chair of New York University's Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music and director of NYU's Berlin's Future Pop Music Studies program, which also happens to be just across the street, but today he's online. Hello, Jason.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for having me here.
So you can just start whenever.
Okay. I'm happy to just get started. Thank you so much. So I have a very short amount of time for this presentation, about 30 minutes, and I think there's 15 minutes for Q&A. So I'm gonna get right into it. As was mentioned, I'm chair of the Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music at New York University, program director for music program at NYU Berlin. I've been writing about the relationship of popular music and politics for the past 20 years. I've been writing for Pitchfork. I did a piece on the 2010s, the decade in popular music and politics. In 2021, I wrote a piece about the changes in activism and organizing that we're seeing in popular music, also for Pitchfork. I teach a class on world making and ethics, and the subtitle of that class is called Transforming the Music Business Through Organizing Activism and Social Justice Leadership. And I'm co-teaching it this spring with Binta Brown, the co-founder of the Black Music Action Coalition. I'm also a talking head in a lot of documentaries, including Henry Louis Gates' new documentary series, Making Black America, which is a documentary series that turns a rare lens on the way Black Americans have built self-enclosed worlds of pleasure and joy and self-sustenance in the face of inhospitable and unrelenting racism. So things like Martha's Vineyard, the self-sustaining Black community in the American Northeast, queer clubs of the 1970s and 80s, like the Paradise Garage, all of those are world-making activities. I'm also a consultant on Let's Get Free, which is a new social justice and equity-based music festival created by the founder of Afropunk, Matthew Morgan, and his partner, Jocelyn Cooper. So I mention all of that because hopefully that gives you a sense of the background that I'm bringing to this conversation. I know we're here on Zoom and you're in the room. We're across continents, some language barriers, so please ask in the Q&A if you need me to explain anything or if there's anything you don't understand. I'm happy to do that. So first, let me just start with world making itself and a definition of it. So the term was founded in around 1978 by the scholar Nelson Goodman, who wrote the book Ways of World Making. And basically what it refers to is it's what happens when we face a crisis, when we face a broken system, structure, or institution that threatens to neglect us, diminish us, or eradicate us altogether. So it's what we do in the face of interlocking, intractable problems that we face in the world, like racism and racial discrimination and gender discrimination, misogyny, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, climate destruction, right-wing fascism, anti-migration efforts, gentrification, homelessness, class stratification, poverty, famine, imperialism, neocolonialism, empire building. I could go on, and obviously I won't do that here. But world making refers to how we go beyond the limitations of the present and those problems in the present, how we dream, how we imagine, conceptualize, and build new structures, new systems, new environments, new movements, new ideas, new institutions, new affiliations, new communities, new ways of being and feeling in the world. It's a dreaming and it's a reimagining of what's possible in the face of crisis by creating a kind of self-enclosed world where you and others like you can thrive. World making is necessary, it's urgent work, and it's often undertaken by those who are the most vulnerable, disenfranchised, relegated to the margins, people who are oppressed by those establishment institutions and structures and systems. And so they're creating their own. So world making has been at the heart of many radical social justice movements. Just to name a few, the Zapatistas in Mexico, for instance, who rejected the establishment government that wasn't serving them. They had a totally different vision of what society could be like and how it could be organized. So they created 5 autonomous self-governed regions in Chiapas, in the southeast of Mexico. They had their own healthcare system. They created their own legal system. They promoted young people and women in self-government. They created this entire world to sustain and support themselves. I could name other examples. The Black Panther Party in America in the 1960s, for instance, challenging police brutality in places like Oakland and other cities, organizing armed citizen patrols, instituting social programs, free breakfasts, health clinics, rehab programs, education advocacy, essentially doing for yourself and doing for your community when the establishment, when the government, when official systems won't serve you. I think ACT UP in the 1980s, created in America, when the AIDS epidemic was raging and it was a crisis, especially for gay communities. You had political administrations, the Reagan administration, presidential administration, Mayor Ed Koch in New York, where AIDS was at the epicenter, refusing to help or support those communities, right? And so LGBT community members formed an international political group to work to end the AIDS epidemic when the system would not do it. And did that through medical research, through treatment, through advocacy, through legislation, through public policies. So I think of ACT UP as a profound act of world making itself. All right, so thinking about this as it relates to the music industry, we have to also understand in which ways the music industry is a system that is broken for many, many people. So it really does start, I think, with awareness and enlightenment and a kind of diagnosis of the problems, especially the interlocking problems that the music industry currently faces. And again, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I only have a limited amount of time. We could talk about the problems of the music industry for a very, very long time. But the music industry that I want to work in, and I hope the music industry that you want to work in, is one that absolutely supports innovation and developments in technology, but also allows artists and other creative music makers to be justly compensated and recognized for their work. We need a music industry that prioritizes all levels of artists and creators. But to get there, we need a music industry that's ethical, that is morally sound, that is equitable, that's inclusive, that's diverse in intersectional ways, gender diverse, racially diverse, diverse in terms of sexual orientation, physical ability, nationality, language, and so on. We need a music industry, a global music industry that has a healthy and supported middle class. And what we've seen, of course, over the last 20 years is the decimation of the middle class in the world, but also in the music industry, kind of shrinking of the middle class. And this kind of entrenched class division in music between the superstars, the few superstars who are making money, and then kind of everybody else who's struggling to figure out how to sustain a career. So how is it possible in the music industry? How can it continue to be possible to support and sustain yourself as a musician or creative person if you're not a superstar like BTS or Adele? We need a music industry that is non-oppressive, that's humane, that's non-toxic, non-exploitative, that is green, sustainable, that supports a low carbon footprint. The existing music industry that we have is clearly very profitable. In 2021, the global recorded music market grew by almost 19%, largely through paid subscription streaming. That was a key driver of overall growth in the music industry. So it's working on one level, But if you judge it by those values I was just mentioning above, I think you can only really describe it as a kind of intrinsically broken industry, and it's always been broken. There's this very kind of tongue-in-cheek article from Digital Music News that I'm showing you here. This was from 2014. I think it was reprinted in 2016. And it was listing the music industry's 99 problems as a kind of reference to Jay-Z's classic song. I'm not going to go through them all, but just to summarize some of the things it said, it talked about the ways in which artists experience serious problems monetizing their work. They said 99% of artists cannot make a living wage off their music. That was according to statistics at the time from TuneCore. So we're looking at massive economic instability, unemployment, and this is before the pandemic literally pulled the rug out from musicians, right? And made it impossible for musicians to earn money from their primary source of revenue for many musicians, which is live music. In this article, it talks about the ways in which streaming music companies are among the most duplicitous and damaging toward artists, and gives reasons for that. Sorry for anyone out there who's from working in a streaming company. But basically what it's doing is describing the ways in which musicians exist in a kind of precariat class. And the idea of the precariat, that's Guy Standing's idea for a social class that's formed by people who are suffering from precarity, or they don't have security, financial security, they don't have material, psychological security, and so they are in a precarious state. And of course, everyone was thrust into this precarious, not everyone, but many musicians were thrust into this precarious state during the pandemic. And many of you have probably heard of that recent news of Santigold, the artist who put out that heartbreaking social media message that she was not able to support her tour this year, simply, for a number of reasons coming out of the pandemic. And that's the story for, I think, a lot of other artists as well. So profound wealth inequality in the music business is part of the reason that it is broken. And of course, this relates even to artists at the highest echelon of the music industry, like people like Taylor Swift, forced to re-record her albums. In the grand scheme of things, that's probably a lesser problem than the ones that I've just been mentioning. But it is a cautionary tale about the problem of value extraction in the music industry, about issues of leverage and issues of ownership, that musicians rarely own the means of their own labor. Many musicians do not even own their own masters, and often are in disadvantageous recording contracts and disadvantageous contracts with streaming companies as well. On top of all of that, I should say that the music industry is obviously not an equitable space per se, not as inclusive as it should be or diverse as it should be. And we have data to back this up, including the Annenberg study that was done in 2021. This was the Annenberg Inclusion Initiative run by Dr. Stacy Smith at USC, which examined 4,060 music executives at 6 different types of companies, and found that only 19.8% were from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. So essentially what that means is that in the upper most leadership positions of the music industry, chief executives, chairmen, presidents, etc., 86.1% of those leadership people in leadership in the United States, 86.1 are both white and male, right? So that is a gross imbalance that does not represent the diversity of American culture. And I think obviously if you look at Europe, those numbers will also be pretty negative. And by the way, in that study, they identified 10 people of color holding high positions at record labels and independents, but only 2 of those were women. So it's incredibly exclusionary, depending on your intersectional positionality, right? So if you're a woman of color, the glass ceiling is not just a mythology in music, it's an actual thing that you're going to hit your head against constantly in a major way. And Stacy Smith of the Annenberg Inclusion Report described the music industry as a diversity desert, right? So like famine. So that, to me, represents a huge issue, right? Gender pay inequality, anti-Blackness, systemic erasure of people of color from these top positions. This is sustained, it's structural, and this is over time. Of course, what this does to people as well, the toxicity, the impact on people's mental health. Sally Ann Gross and George Musgrave from the UK have this amazing book called Can Music Make You Sick? Measuring the Price of Musical Ambition, where they think about the relationship of music and the kind of toxic problems sustained within the music industry and how that impacts people's mental health. We even have the 27 Club. We romanticize in the music industry and beyond the idea that so many of our most famous and most innovative musicians die at the age of 27. So it's not just musicians, it's also executives as well, and other people who work in creative aspects of creative and administrative aspects of the music industry. I will just quickly go one step further than digital music news and say that part of the reason that the music industry is broken for so many people has to do with its roots in America, in a morally bankrupt system of racial capitalism. So the music industry, it should not come as a surprise to anybody unless we're divorced from our history, is historically rooted in racist white supremacist practices, which are still in many ways at the root of some of our music institutions globally, and even our very ways of being in music. So racial capitalism, what's called plantation capitalism, that's part of the history of slavery, plantations in the Americas, where the business owner, the person who owns a slave, would think of his workers as a commodity, as an object, an expense to be minimized. And what you do with those workers is you extract labor from them. It's a kind of stolen labor, right? Where you're not fully paying them what they're due, what they're worth. And so the whole story of the United States, and also the history of the Atlantic slave trade, which of course also impacts, not only impacts Europe, but is happening throughout Europe. It's a story of stolen labor. It's a story of value extraction. It's a story of racial capitalism that shows up in the music industry through the theft that is represented by minstrelsy, race records in the 1920s. That's what albums were called in the 1920s in the United States. They were extremely segregated. And then it continues throughout the history of popular music. But it even goes deeper than that. The recording contract itself in music is based on a model of plantation capitalism, which comes from slavery, in which your talent, your value is a commodity, but you don't own your masters. And because of recoupment and cross-collateralization and other kinds of clauses in the music industry, you're more often not sort of tied as an artist to the company that represents you, sometimes in perpetuity. And recording contracts in the United States, you know, at the birth of the music industry, they came of age in the era of Jim Crow capitalism. And so they are a reflection of the exploitative and predatory artist-company relationships that come from that moment in time in the post-Civil War moment in the United States, and, you know, spread all over the world. So if you have any genuine interest in realizing an anti-racist music industry, you have to question the very historical roots of the music industry, and whether it's business models rooted in corporate conglomeration, co-optation, value extraction, plantation capitalism, and so on, to say nothing of its relationship to misogyny, patriarchy, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and so on. Is any of this really sustainable? Is any of it sustainable? It certainly can earn a profit, but how do we make it an inclusive, participatory industry in which more people can participate, given its problematic history and problematic roots? All right, so all that takes me to thinking about reform. Reform attempts in the music industry are typically what's offered as a solution to the problems that the music industry represents. So that means advocacy, that means working within the existing industry to change it from within. So you're trying to create equality in the system, but you're basically saying, let's leave the system intact. And by diversifying the system, hopefully the diverse members themselves will take on the burden of transforming the industry. And so I don't want to minimize the work that's being done in the reform area. I think it's very important and very valid. Organizations like She Is the Music, Key Change, The Show Must Be Paused, which is the organization that showed up in the aftermath of the global racial justice protests after the murder of George Floyd, which was aiming for more transparency in the music industry, the recruitment and professionalization of more executives of color in the music industry. There's also organizations like the Black Music Action Coalition. We saw labels like Warner Music Group announcing $100 million funds and so on. All of these attempts at reform of the existing industry, I think, are incredibly important. But there is a question of whether they have actually done the work that they said they were going to do. And that's not just a question for the music industry, but also for all of the industries in that post summer 2020 moment that said they were going to do all of this work to transform the industry, and we have to really, in various industries, and we have to question whether some of that work has really happened in a way that has been actually transformative, or whether it's been more kind of presentational or performative in some ways. So all of that said, getting to world making, beyond just reforming a broken system, world making differs from those reformist attempts and corporate diversity efforts to radically reimagine and revolutionize our current music industry and the platform economies that support it. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip past a couple of these quotes that I wanted to do, but I'll just give you a couple from the Marxist abolitionist Ruth Wilson Gilmore. She says that, what the world will become already exists in fragments, pieces, experiments, and possibilities. And I take from this that if we want to reimagine industries like the music industry, what we have to do is identify the fact that pieces of the future industry, the industry that we want, ultimately are already here. And it's up to us to illuminate and cultivate those fragments and pieces and experiments and possibilities and turn them into sustainable ways of being and moving in the world. Let me skip past this one. And then Ocean Vuong, the great author, says something that matters to me as an educator, which is that we often tell our students the future's in your hands, but I think the future is actually in your mouth. You have to articulate the world that you want first. So again, an important lesson, I think, in the idea that you not only have to be committed and you have to believe that another world is possible, but you also have to be able to articulate it, and you need historical models to do that. Okay, so I'm going to skip past Ava DuVernay. If I had more time, I would really talk about her work, because I think of her as, and I think she thinks of herself as a world maker and somebody who is an institution builder, who is essentially not just looking for a seat at the table, but questioning why we are sitting at these tables at all, why we need tables, why do we need chairs, why do we need certain kinds of rooms, why can't we create our own rooms? She is world making. She's imagining possibility, to address existing crises in the film business through the work that she's doing, particularly with Array, which is her distribution company, which seeks to offer opportunities to women of color who've been erased or marginalized from the film industry. But let me get to abolition, because I think it's incredibly important here. So abolition, as was mentioned in the introduction, an 18th century and post-18th century movement in Europe and the Americas to end the Atlantic slave trade and to free the enslaved. Abolitionist practices were incredibly important to ending slavery. They were the moral backbone of the movement to end slavery, which as an institution, for hundreds of years, was unimaginably oppressive and dehumanizing. And for many, I'm sure, seemed like an intractable problem that could never be solved. But abolitionist practice was incredibly important to ending that. And now the term abolition is being increasingly used to refer to the carceral system in America, the idea of defunding prisons and police departments and redistributing resources away from broken institutions to community-sustaining practices and policies. So we have contemporary abolitionists like Ruth Wilson Gilmore, who I just mentioned, Angela Davis, and so on, who are trying to reimagine the prison system in America and around the world as well. And they argue that abolitionist politics and practices are the most effective way to reimagine the limits of that system. Ruth Wilson Gilmore, in fact, asks, instead of asking whether anyone should be locked up in a prison or go free, why don't we solve problems by repeating? Why don't we think about why we solve problems by repeating the kind of behavior that brought us the problem in the first place? She says abolition means not just closing of prisons or defunding prisons, but instead asking about vital systems of support that many communities lack. Instead of asking how in a future without prisons we will deal with violent people, abolitionists ask, how do we resolve inequalities and get people the resources they need long before the hypothetical moment when they quote unquote mess up? Fred Moten and Stefano Harvey, the scholars, they even go further. And they say abolition is, we can't just have abolition, we need abolition democracy. So it's not just about abolishing prisons or abolishing slavery, but abolishing the elimination of a society, of a civilization that needs prisons, right? like we have to go further than just abolishing the thing, but to actually completely reimagine the system altogether, the structure altogether. Okay, so in the context of the music industry, this means a lot of different things. For some people, this is about ending the label system altogether because of its history in value extraction and predatory capitalism. I'm not going to go too deep into this because I think the push to defund or disinvest from labels has largely subsided, not largely subsided, in some ways has subsided as a major conversation talking point. It was for a short amount of time, especially in the summer of 2020. Here's Joshua Virtue of Y Records talking about the idea of just abolishing labels and coming up with a different system by which to distribute music. There's been discussions of abolishing genres, right? Anything that limits people's freedom, creative freedom, and ability to actually exist in the world. What would that look like? So here's Tinashe, the singer, leading a conversation about that. Abolishing copyright itself, with the argument that existing copyright laws limit creativity, from George Harrison and his legal problems around the song My Sweet Lord in the 1970s all the way up to hip hop in its golden age to the current moment. Some would argue that copyright is increasingly outdated, out of pace with how creativity works, and we need to abolish it or at very least completely reform it to allow for what you call copyleft licenses that allow users to maintain ownership of their material, but in a way that is much more flexible. There's been attempts to abolish Silicon Valley itself. Wendy Liu's book here, Abolish Silicon Valley, I think is an important contribution there. It's not really about abolishing, it's actually more about reforming Silicon Valley. But she basically makes an argument that the state is supposed to be doing a lot of the things that apps supposedly do for people. So a lot of our public goods, space travel, smart cars, et cetera, they've been all privatized. And I think we see the limits of some of our contemporary tech companies and their ability to actually serve people in a way that's inclusive and participatory. I think we've seen this with the meltdown of Twitter this past week and a half, for instance. So Wendy Liu's book is incredibly important. And I would also argue Ruha Benjamin's Race After Technology, which looks at abolitionist tools for dismantling what she calls the new Jim Crow, which is how algorithms have racism baked into them. In so many ways. And so she argues that we need a completely new way of thinking about the value of tech in our lives. And we should do that through an abolitionist practice. Okay, quickly moving through some other stuff here. So another aspect of abolition that we need to think about is fugitivity, which goes hand in hand with abolitionist practice. And to be a fugitive means to flee from something. It's a term that used to be used or still is used to describe slaves who ran away from their oppression and their bondage in search of freedom. And they created these complex networks of escape. And so this term has more recently been picked up by academics to think about the practice of fleeing from any oppressive system, where you then go and live and are sort of branded as an outlaw who exists outside of official systems, those same systems that have denied you your full humanity. So fugitivity in the music industry could mean fleeing from any oppressive system that limits your freedom, whether it's a major label or a streaming service or the Grammys or whatever it may be, making your exit from an oppressive system. And by doing so, ideally destituting the system. So, it can no longer function if it doesn't have the support of the people on which it relies. Fred Moten refers to this act of fugitivity in terms of slavery and says that what we need to do is refuse the thing that has been refused to us. So typically your oppressor might say, hi, I understand there's a problem. Can I give you a piece of the very thing that I have been refusing to you all this time? Right. So I'd like you to become the CEO of our very broken company. They argue instead, what you can do as a practice is refuse the thing that has been refused to you and flee into the wilderness, which they call the undercommons. And then from there, you create your own structures, you build your own worlds, etc. As an example of this, just want to bring up the notion of Prince in the 1990s, who wrote the word slave on his face. Problematic gesture in many ways, but also a kind of radical demonstration of his desire to be emancipated from what he called his corporate overlord, which was Warner Music at the time. And he says, when you stop a man from dreaming, he becomes a slave. That's where I was. I don't own my own music. If you don't own your masters own you. This was also true of George Michael as well, who literally became a kind of fugitive, right? Fled from the music industry, didn't even want to use his image in videos like Freedom 1990. And he called himself a professional slave. The other example I would just give as I kind of wrap up and move to some other stuff here is Frank Ocean. And we don't often think of Frank Ocean in terms of any kind of revolutionary activity as far as the music business necessarily. But there's an interesting essay called The Free Black Artist, Frank Ocean Through a Decolonial Lens. And in this article by Benjamin Llewellyn Taylor, he diagnoses the problem, which is the historical degradation of Black artists in the music industry, and he calls it a form of neocolonialism. So looking at white parent-owned companies and Black artists who don't own the terms of their labor within the context of those parent companies. And what he argues in this piece, which I think is an important and counterintuitive piece, is that Frank Ocean staged a quiet rebellion against the label system and against the Grammys, as well as the kind of system that in America that identifies value and merit in the industry. And he disrupted those structures. And in so doing, he also affirmed his own Black queer life as sacred in the context of an industry that very rarely supports Black queer identity. So first, it started with his letter in 2012, where he refused to label his sexuality, kind of refusing to play by the rules of the industry, which required men, especially Black men, to stay in the closet. What he came out of the closet and he wanted to be out on the outside, a kind of fugitive who could care for himself. So he was leading with his own values, and his values ultimately trumped the industry's lack of values because he helped change the industry and make it a more inclusive place, which you see by the outcome artists like Lil Nas X and Saucy Santana and so on, who have more space to do what they did, partly because of Frank Ocean's example. But Frank Ocean refused to play the game. He played the game on his own terms. He called his time signed to the Def Jam label a 7-year chess game, meaning that he was signed, or many artists are signed to 7 album deals, and they're obligated by those deals to release albums over a period of time. His label didn't even know that he was signed to the label. He felt disrespected. He felt neglected. And he says, it started to weigh on me that I was responsible for the moves that had made me successful, but I was not reaping the lion's share of profits, and that was problematic for me. So what he did is he released his album Nostalgia Ultra for free in 2012. Then he charged Def Jam $1 million for the next album, Channel Orange. That fulfilled the terms of his contract, and he disappeared for 4 years. This is a period of time that Fred Moten would call fugitive planning. During that time, he used his own money to buy himself out of his contract, to reclaim his master recordings. He released in 2012 the album Endless, which is a 45-minute visual streaming album that shows Frank Ocean building a spiral staircase while 18 songs play. And essentially, what we know about that album now is that he was building a stairway to heaven. He was building a way outside to the outside to get out. World making often means creating the terms of your own escape. So there's an example of Endless, where he's literally showing us building a staircase. And it relates in theological terms to what Martin Luther King once said about faith and activism, that faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. So an answer to the question of how do I build a new world when I'm in a broken or damaged one, it requires stepping out on faith and feeling your way into the future. So Frank Ocean did this through Endless. And then he released Blonde as well. This was a kind of power move in which he resisted the terms of his own commodification and exploitation. And he refused to promote the album in traditional terms. He ultimately even boycotted the industry by withholding Endless and Blonde from Grammy consideration. He refused the kind of accreditation system that bestows value in the music industry, the Grammys. And he said, it took me a long time to learn how to own my freedom. I bought all my masters back last year. Blonde sold 1 million units without a label. I'm a young, Black, gifted, and independent artist. That's my tribute. I'm one of the best alive. And he, refused to show up to the Grammys, refused to participate in the industry. And still to this day, he does what he wants to do. And so he actually called his Grammy boycott his Colin Kaepernick moment. And I think that's interesting because I also think of Colin Kaepernick, who's the NFL player who protested police brutality by kneeling during the national anthem in the 2016 season to protest systemic racism. It's interesting to think of Frank Ocean and think of Colin Kaepernick in the same conversation. And we can think of others as well. So I've got a lot more, but I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. The only other thing I wanted to talk about was the importance of science fiction to world building. It's incredibly important because it's what's called science fictional thinking. It helps us dream beyond the limitations of the present. In my classes on world building, which are business classes, I teach Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower. I encourage students to read science fiction, particularly science fiction like Octavia Butler's, as a way of imagining beyond the structural presence. And Octavia Butler, by the way, has shown up in incredible ways in politics. Patrisse Cullors, one of the founders of the Black Lives Matter movement, was hugely inspired by reading Octavia Butler, in particular, Parable of the Sower, which is a book about world making. And I'll also just say Janelle Monáe, the artist, created the album Dirty Computer, which I think is one of the best albums of the 2010s, and an album that is very much about inclusion and participation and rethinking American democracy. And she did this based on her love for Octavia Butler and Parable of the Sower and other books as well. And she's gone on record as talking about that. Many other figures we could mention, but last thing I'll just say is the ownership conversation is one that really needs to happen in music more, and it's part of a world-making conversation, because as you're building new institutions, new movements, new ways of being in the world, we need to think about economic justice, not just representation. How can people of color, how can women, et cetera, people who've been marginalized in the industry own the terms of their own labor, just as we saw with Frank Ocean. And there's a long history of that in the music industry, from Black Swan Records, very important early Black record label in America, to the AACM, the Association for the Advancement of Creative Musicians in the 1960s, to Olivia Records, the woman-owned recording company in the 1970s. There's a new documentary out about them. And then, of course, even labels like Parkwood Beyonce is an incredible model that should be studied. Jesse Walden's Variant is an important, intervention, I think, in the idea of ownership within the context of streaming economies. Why are they just owned by a conglomerate of, why are there just a few of them that we can name? Why can't artists themselves and creatives have their own streaming services that they can monetize and that they can own? So we need to be thinking more about that. And then finally, I'll just add that Let's Get Free, this festival that I talked to you about in the beginning, is an attempt to create a very new kind of music festival that's social justice themed and based, that is really about trying to redistribute resources and share power, and create a self-sustained community of people of color and people who've been marginalized by their sexual orientation and other aspects, to be able to own a festival, and for those people to be able to feel included in a festival in ways that have gone beyond existing festivals. So I'm going to just leave it there because I've gone a little bit over, and I would love to take questions and answer questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. First of all, I hope you could hear the applause. I was very, very happy to actually listen to you because as a queer Black femme, I'm actually very familiar with the glass ceiling, also happening to be the only Black woman or even Black person being on this stage physically today. So, of course, this is something that I'm very familiar with, and it was really, really nice to get the abolitionist lens on things. You mentioned something which I want to briefly go into. You mentioned that corporate diversity efforts are somewhat of a more reformatory strategy to actually approach injustice, correct? So, yes. But we can both agree that in short term, those measures are definitely necessary because we don't want matters to get worse. But how do we escape the pitfall that such a strategy doesn't become a state in which the structures that create injustice in the first place become even more robust and oppressive? Or is that something, as some argue, that is bound in capitalism anyway to happen?
It's a great question. Yeah, I mean, I think that the push is often, I mean, first of all, I'll just say this. In the job that I work, we often talk about IDBEA, which means, and that acronym means inclusion, diversity, equity, accessibility, and belonging. There are various acronyms that companies have to describe the efforts that they do in this area, but diversity is only one aspect, right, of a larger practice that has to happen in corporations to actually make them more supportive or to provide support for people who've often been left out of those conversations or are literally just not been hired by those companies. Diversity, to me, the challenge with it is it's gone through many, many stages over the history of diversity efforts. And it often just refers to a kind of practice of quotas. So, all right, we need 6 Black people in this job. So let's go and hire 6 Black people. Check, check, check. We did it. We're done. And the problems are now over because we have quantified what we need and we've provided what we need. It says nothing about issues of equity, right? Which is not just equality, because we're not even talking about equality. We're just often talking about putting people of color or women or, you know, gay people into particular roles in order to check off these boxes. But equity, I think, is a really important issue, which has to do with the stake that you have in a particular company. It has to do with where you're starting from, because if you're starting from a place of disadvantage, just putting somebody of color, for instance, in a role can highly disadvantage them even more when they're in that role because they don't have the proper support that they need to do the work that they need. So it's not just about putting somebody in a position like that so that you can check off a box and say we did it. It's about actually having that person be supported in such a way that they can help transform the entire corporation or institution so that it will never have to be an institution that excludes people again, ever, right? And to do that, it's very complicated. And very often what happens is people are just doing it for, you know, in a performative way, or it's just about quantification of diversity. We have this many people. But we have to have these conversations about inclusion, about belonging. When you put people of color or women or anybody else who's been marginalized in a position in an institution where people like that have not historically been allowed to participate, how can they thrive? How can they be their most excellent selves in these institutions? And it's a very complicated thing. I've experienced it myself. You have experienced it. I'm sure others have experienced it too. And I do think we need just to get beyond that conversation of the check boxes. That's what I'm most concerned about. But diversity is important in other ways, right? It's about representation. It's about making people feel seen. We do need to have diverse representation, but it can't be the end of the conversation. It's just one part of a larger conversation about inclusion, belonging, equity, ownership, economic justice. Talk to me all day about economic justice, you know, rather than representational justice.
Yeah, at least I could sure listen to you all day, but what I'm getting is that there's definitely needs to be a structure of support to make it more sustainable. What the other question that I have is to mention something a little more inspiring and beautiful from an artistic side, because you brought up Janelle Monáe. You also said, talked about Beyonce. And when I hear those names, I'm thinking recently with Beyonce, but very early on with Janelle Monáe. And you also mentioned it about Afrofuturism. What role does Afrofuturism play in world making?
Such a great question. So Afrofuturism, for those who don't know, refers to this kind of the crossroads of Black diasporic cultural practice and science fiction. And so it's a term that was created by the writer Mark Derry and many others who contributed to it as well, people like Greg Tate and others. But it essentially refers to science fiction that's been made by or made for Black people around the world. And part of the reason it's so important is because Afrofuturism, whether we're talking about Uhura on Star Trek, one of the only Black character on that show representing Black women in the 1960s, or whether we're talking about the books of Octavia Butler or Samuel Delany, or whether we're talking about the science fiction films of Antoine Fuqua or others, Afrofuturism is important because it has allowed Black people to imagine themselves beyond the limitations of the present, right? It's been a representational model that has allowed people to think about not only the issues that limit them and the circumstances that limit them in the present, but to imagine it in a different context beyond. And that's the work that science fiction does that I was mentioning in the presentation through Ursula Le Guin, that it allows us to get out of our kind of lazy thinking, and it allows us to speculate about a better future, sometimes based on the existing problems of the present. So Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower, which is now being made as a movie by Garrett Bradley, I think is an incredibly important book in the context of world making, because it is about this young woman who is facing enormous interlocking, intractable problems. She lives in the future, the near future, in which she's her life is literally being threatened by environmental circumstances, wildfire and gun violence and everything else you can possibly imagine, which doesn't sound that different than the existing world we live in right now. And she has to flee, to escape, to become a kind of fugitive, and to pursue an opportunity for freedom up north. And she creates a community called Earthseed, which becomes her way of imagining a life beyond the life that she lives, and she brings people together as a community under the banner of this notion of Earthseed. And as I mentioned before, Parable of the Sower has been incredibly important to politicians like Stacey Abrams in the United States, who has gone on record as saying Octavia Butler's science fiction and her Afrofuturism has been incredibly important to the way that she thinks about her political strategies. To Janelle Monáe, figures like Beyonce as well, who they've engaged in their own Afrofuturistic cultural practices. I think on and on, I think we need to really think about what Black futures look like. And I think one of the ways to do that is to do it through the lens of Afrofuturistic practice. Think about Black Panther, for instance. The second version is opening tomorrow. And think about the ways that has affirmed and inspired people to imagine beyond the very dystopic present that we live in, to imagine another world of possibility through this fiction.
There is so much to talk about, and we're unfortunately out of time. So I, first of all, want to thank you to actually bringing this really, really important issue, and also the theoretical work, and the names of Ruth Wilson Gilmore or Octavia Butler or Ocean Vuong to this stage, because this is incredibly valuable. Thank you so much, Jason King.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. Take care.
I think I'm finished for now, right? Yep. Okay, cool. Bye.
I'm going to stop sharing. Thank you.
Go first, wenn du möchtest. Okay. Gehen wir? Gehen wir? Gehen wir? Hallo? Okay. Das war's schon. Das war's schon. Das kann weg. Nice. Rip them apart. And I get to sit again. The next lightning talk is a presentation by Julia Iseris, who just entered the stage, CEO of Another World VR, and Dennis Lisk, also known as Daniel, who's the founder and CEO of Proof of Taste and will be with us via dial-in because Dennis is in LA. In the presentation, the District VR virtual live events in the metaverse, they will elaborate on the current state challenges and also the potential of virtual live events in a digital and interactive space. The District VR is a music-driven social virtual reality platform, and it combines virtual reality and blockchain to enjoy, perform, and manage concerts, DJ shows, and events in real time and in front of real audiences, no additional music equipment required. I, for one, am very excited to learn how this actually works, so please welcome to our stage Julia and Dennis.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
You
Hi.
can actually applaud.
Oh yeah, thank you. So Dennis will start. I hope our sound and everything, like tech-wise, but it looks very good.
Yeah.
Dennis will start.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, of course. I just need the keynote, and then I will start immediately. So yes, my name is Dennis, and I'm the founder and CEO of Proof of Taste, a game development company and startup located in Berlin, focusing on the creation of spaces in the so-called metaverse, meaning in Web 3D. And as already said, together with Julia, CTO and also co-founder, we want to talk about potential solutions in our vision in regards to this and in regards to virtual live events in the metaverse. Proof of Taste is a company consisting of music, virtual reality, and blockchain experts and passionate people. And together we have this dream to create this. Julia, kannst du noch mal einmal zurückgehen, bitte?
Sorry.
No problem. Ich sag dir dann einfach Bescheid. Exactly.
Danke.
And this is our first mission. Our first vision and product is the District VR. We dive deeper. Let's talk a little bit that a virtual reality wants to compete with the real world, and this is not the case. Oh, the internet connection is unstable. Am I right? Can you hear me?
We can, but we missed like 10 seconds.
Okay, alles klar. I try to go somewhere else. Maybe this works better.
Now we can all check out where Dennis is staying in LA.
I was going to say, we get to see his
Let's
space
judge
now.
his Airbnb.
Nice.
All right. As already said, virtual reality doesn't want to compete with the real world. Virtual reality wants to add a new layer to the internet and to the real world. So it's not about a dystopian future where everybody 24/7 wears virtual reality headsets and is completely distracted from the real world. The opposite is the case. We want to provide and create new opportunities for real people in the real world by adding this layer to the internet so that we communicate, that we can improve the communication in the internet. And it's more about overcoming physical boundaries. It's more about reducing carbon footprint by having the possibility to meet each other without leaving the comfort of your living room or without the need to travel and all that. So this is what's it about in regards to virtual reality and also in regards to virtual live events. And now we can dive a little bit deeper. So Julia, can you go on? So our first question would be, what do you think about virtual live events? Because in our opinion, at the current moment, virtual live events are really disappointing. Julia? This is due to the fact that most experiences in regards to virtual live events have really poor graphics and a poor user experience and pre-recorded shows, and it's not really interactive. The core problem here, though, is that virtual live events don't really make sense at all if they're used if you participate in those events with flat screen devices like smartphones and tablets and computers and laptops, because as we all know, when we visit a concert, it's all about this sense of presence, this sense of togetherness, being in one crowd, surrounded by like-minded people, and then together celebrate this moment and celebrate the artist that is performing a show. And when you participate in virtual live events at the current moment, you completely feel distracted and separated. You're not in it. You can't feel anything because you're outside. You're an outsider. So virtual live events at the current moment don't really make sense, and they really disappoint. Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly. So the second question I would have for you is, what do you think? Can artists make a living from their art? Because in our opinion, this is barely the case. Of course, there are those Champions League artists that can really great make a living from their art, but most artists that also have a cultural impact and are very important for music in general, are not able or are really struggling. And this is due to the fact that, as we all know, if you're an artist and, for instance, you want to, kannst du weitermachen? And you want to release a song, or you release a song, and this song is, let's say, streamed like 230,000 times on one of the most famous streaming platforms in the whole world. You get like around about $1,000 for that. So this is not sustainable. This is not enough. Nächste Seite. Same with sales of singles. Let's say alone in Germany, physical and digital singles in the last 10 years decreased around about 75%. So most artists face this dilemma that on the one hand, they are dependent on playing live because they can't generate revenue elsewhere. But on the other hand, to manage and to produce events and to travel and all those things is very costly. It's very expensive. So many artists face this dilemma that they're dependent on playing live but can't afford to. And the reason I'm talking about this is because I'm a musician myself, and I met a lot of super skilled artists who weren't able to make a living from their art. I started in the early 90s as a hip-hop kid from Germany that had a vision to make music like my idols. So I wanted to sound like the Beastie Boys and Public Enemy, and I was a hip-hop kid during that time. And I had this vision to do this myself, but with German language, so that I could be as authentic and real as my idols. So I started this band with two other guys, and we called ourselves, as already said, Beginner, Absolute Beginner. Kannst du weitermachen? And so we released our first EP. It was a small record that we sold to our families and friends. And at the beginning, we were completely smiled at, and nobody really grasped that vision or had the idea that this would make sense in any ways. But we started, and approximately 5 years later, we released our first album, completely independent, and sold around about 20,000 copies. So we realized, okay, maybe our vision could become true. So 20 years later, in 2016, we released our last album, and this was called Advanced Chemistry, and we sold, I don't really know, but it was a multi-platinum album, and we sold, I don't know, like 500,000 copies or something like that, and played in front of thousands, hundred thousands of people during that time. And the reason why I'm telling you all of this is that I'm very grateful. Kannst du noch mal weitergehen, Julia? So here you can see like one of our concerts, I guess it was somewhere in Germany. So we toured and played in front of thousands and 10,000s of people. At the beginning, we were playing in 1991, we were playing in front of 50 people, and now we were playing in front of 50,000 people. And the reason why I say this is because on the one hand, we are very grateful that we helped to shape hip-hop music with German lyrics to evolve and to become this relevant in Germany and in Europe. But on the other hand, also because I met so many talented people, so many talented artists, they were as talented as we were, but weren't able to make it due to whatever reasons. They weren't able to get mainstream, and therefore weren't able to make a living from their art. And during that time, I realized I wanted to change that. So I met a guy called Fabian Vogelsteller during that time. And he is a legendary blockchain expert and a virtual reality enthusiast. And he introduced me into that world. He's also a passionate musician, was a DJ before. And he introduced me into the world of virtual reality and blockchain. Fabian himself is invented the very famous and important ERC20 token standard. This is a token standard from Ethereum, and Ethereum is the second largest blockchain in the whole world, and in our opinion, the most important one. And together with Vitalik Buterin, who is kind of the Bill Gates, the boss of all bosses in regards to crypto, he invented this standard. This is a picture from the old days of Ethereum, and here you can see great people behind Ethereum like Gavin Wood and the humble as usual, the boss of all bosses, Vitalik Buterin, at the end in the right, and Fabian Vogelsteller. So he really is an blockchain OG. And together with him, I realized, okay, there could be the answers to my questions, or there lies maybe the solutions to all those problems that we talked about before. With blockchain and virtual reality, it would be able to, on the one hand, with virtual reality, to create a completely new world, a completely new three-dimensional immersive layer to the internet, where artists could be able to share content, create content, make music, and get money for that. And in regards to blockchain, to have this control and this decentralized ownership and those new business models that are possible here. So we had this idea of the metaverse in 2018. But we want to emphasize that we are absolutely not happy about the hype that was created in the last years. So everybody in 2021 claimed to be the queen or the king of the metaverse. And everything pumped, as you can see, and then it dumped again. And it's very important for us to say that we didn't start like before the pump or after the dump. We started like years before to create the district VR that is completely focusing on music culture, lifestyle culture, virtual live events, virtual reality, and blockchain. So we now know what to do in regards to music and in regards to blockchain, but what we desperately needed, the missing part was a virtual reality. So we reached out to one of the best game development companies in regards to VR in Germany and in Europe. And this company is called Another World VR. And we talked to Julia Isserlis and Max Zacker. But first of all, in regards to to Another World, kannst du eine weitermachen, bitte? Another World is absolutely one of the best of the best in the whole world. They created various applications, tools, and games for various companies, and also developed and released award-winning games themselves. And together with Julia and Max, we knew that we were able to achieve our goals and our vision. So we founded Proof of Taste to create the District VR. So Julia, do you want to dive deeper in regards to the product itself?
Okay, so basically, like we also co-founded together with Dennis and the company, and I'm the CTO of Proof of Taste. And what we did so far, like we've been working on the app for 2 years already. And what we have so far is something between an alpha and a beta. So I'm just gonna like show you a couple of things that we worked on so far. First of all, our biggest challenge was avatars, because as you know, like in any metaverse or virtual space, the avatars are just horrendous. Right now, we just got, like a month ago, we got the good news that in Meta and its apps, we're gonna have legs. So, and everybody was celebrating that. And basically, like, your own avatars look super cartoony. If you want to create an avatar that looks like you, it's just gonna basically like have the very basics, basically. It's gonna have eyes and a nose. So for us, it was really important to find a way how to create avatars. And a little spoiler, we're still working on it. So, but the idea is because from us game developers, we work a lot with photogrammetry, which means we scan an environment, an object, or a person. So take a lot of pictures of that environment, object, or a person and create a photorealistic 3D avatar. So we did that, for instance, in case of Dennis, which we'll see later in our environment. So Dennis has his own photorealistic avatar. However, it's absolutely not sustainable to do it for everybody because it's a really long, let's say, VFX process. So what we're working on right now, and also together with Fabian, is really like this creation of avatars just with one picture. I know good old Zuckerberg is also promising it a month ago and like forever, but like it's basically this is the golden race right now in the metaverse, how to create the photorealistic avatars that don't look too gamey like this, guys. So this is obviously not photorealistic. This might be. So basically, like this is like in Germany you say the Heilige Graal that everybody's chasing, avatars. So what we do right now, we do like an interim solution. So we scan, let's say, artists separately, or we can be booked for scanning them. However, you as a player will have somewhat of an avatar renderer, which you can like still decide how your avatar is going to look like. And it's cross-platform. It's from Ready Player Me, not ours, which makes sense because you can use the same avatar cross-platform, but it's still going to look gamey, and I think like the realization of the photorealistic one is going to take some time. However, what is not going to take some time is the photorealistic realization of the environment. So what we did for the District VR, because it's so much inspired by the Berlin club scene, underground scene, just like basically by Berlin clubs, is that we scanned parts of Schlesisches Tor. And this is our main environment also. So like I'm just gonna like go through a couple of scans. Like this is in the build and in the game. So like we scanned the whole station, we scanned different walls, we scanned graffiti, we scanned very important things like trash cans, which is part of Berlin. And basically like recreated it a bit obviously in a style that is good for us because like we cannot have like all these roads and stuff like that. However, you as the player, wherever you are in the world, you enter Schlesien. So first you enter Schlesien, you walk around, and there we also see this environment as a sort of gallery. So we work together with street artists, and so here this mural, for instance. So we work together with street artists and also like digital artists, where their art can be like the tags or murals can be seen in our environment, and also in the shop that we're gonna build in there. So you can also in the shop buy skins, the art that you've seen, and basically like Fortnite style. So this is like a couple of pictures of the environment itself. We're going to show a video also how you walk through that. So as you can see, here's our little entrance to our first club, the District VR. And then you enter a space which is yet again very much inspired by Berlin. Everything is black, everything is metal and rough. And there you have a big club space where you can hang out with your friends and listen to music, or you can also perform yourself. And first of all, you can learn how to DJ yourself. And that was one of our biggest challenges. So we basically, for that, we replicated a DJ controller, like you can see here. By the way, this is Dennis's avatar playing it. So we replicated a DJ controller with all its features. So basically music effects, sync, BPM, everything that you know of, we had to replicate in virtual reality. And the problem was that we work in the Unreal Engine. I don't know how many of you guys like work in games engines. It only has one sound output. So basically with the games engine, the biggest games engine that did also Fortnite, we couldn't do what we wanted to do with different sound outputs because we wanted to have a DJ that can perform together with a performer, a rapper, a musician, and this all can happen simultaneously in virtual reality and will be synced together to the audience. So what did we do? We built our own engine, which works, which we already have a build of, and this is already our beta. So basically you can flawlessly be a DJ in VR and also perform with friends or professional artists, and this can also be all in virtual reality and not a live stream. Dennis?
Yeah, perfect. So exactly. So the District VR is a space where we not only want to create a space where musicians, artists, and their followers and fans can engage with each other to really to participate in virtual live events next level. It's also about providing completely new and virtual machines here, production tools for artists. So we start with a virtual twin of a real-world DJ set that looks, behaves, and functions in completely the same way as the real one. And in the future, we will also create various kinds of beat maker tools and all that stuff that you can use live to really express yourself. So it's not only about DJing, but DJing is the essence of all of that and is the starting point for us. So as a DJ, you don't even have to be experienced in virtual reality. It helps, of course, but you don't have to. And you are able to grasp it, to know what to do, because everything functions in the same way. And in regards to those avatars, they, of course, will not all look like black. So they will look unique and colorful. And behind every avatar is a real person, a real human being that is able to talk with each other, to dance, to meet, to really be there. So you have this immersiveness. Of course, you would have to see it right now, or you would have, if you're experienced in virtual reality, how immersive it can be. And one thing that is also very important, in the next few years, virtual reality headsets and devices will become much more affordable and more sexy and more small and more user-friendly. So it would look like those big headsets or something like that, but small sunglasses and you can stream your content there. So we think that in the next 5 years, those virtual reality glasses could become the next tablets or so. Okay, so what's also cool about the District VR is that you are able to perform live. So let's say DJ Khaled is in Miami and I am in Berlin, and we meet each other like every week, once a week. Of course not. But let's say I would meet with DJ Khaled and he is in Miami and I'm in Berlin. So we would be able to meet in the District VR to play music in front of the whole world without the need to travel. And so everything works simultaneously, as Julia just said. And in addition to that, this is a very community-driven approach that we have here. So every user will be able to host and own events to DJ there. For instance, if you want to learn how to DJ, you can do it. But if you want to even show how to DJ, you can do that as well. You can run own clubs as event manager. Perhaps you have a real world club in somewhere in the world and you want to mirror that to increase reach, to find new possibilities in the metaverse. You can do so in the District VR in a very easy way. So the District VR provides various use cases here, and so first of all, you can build your own community there. Of course, as an influencer of any kind, you are able to, let's say, make meet and greets or something like that. You're just able to not only reach to your followers, but also to engage with them in completely new ways. So you can run your own club, you can run your own events, make meet and greets, you can play DJ sets and concerts. You can create digital artwork, express yourself, share that content. All those digital artworks will be represented as NFTs as well. So ownership is cleared here. You can produce podcasts and presentations and various kinds of new ways to engage with your followers and fans. And first, we will start with one initial club or one initial event space. We will show that in a second with a small gameplay that we have. And then this space will evolve. There will be digital asset shops, like maybe a karaoke bar run by a community member, or a virtual twin of a real-world club, and various kinds of virtual event spaces. Also, the space is, you can visit events there, but you can also like play mini games. So there should also evolve like arcade centers and all that stuff. And the whole gallery, the whole district is designed as a gallery. That's why those digital art of any kind, street art and whatever it is created by real artists, represented as NFTs on chain, because it's all about real ownership. And that's why we are so fans of, thank you, of the Laxo blockchain. Laxo is the blockchain network, a blockchain network that is compatible to Ethereum, which is very important for us, and focuses on virtual lifestyle in any ways, and also is very technology driven. It is led by Fabian, who is also co-founder of Proof of Taste. And so we will integrate a decentralized backend so that user, in addition to just use the district in regular and traditional ways, can use those benefits in regards to Web3. So you can control your assets, let's say your digital accessoires, or digital assets like your art or your account or digital fashion, your sneakers, whatever it is. All your digital assets are controlled by yourself, by the user, and your identity as well. And this is only doable by integrating universal profiles, so-called universal profiles that are like blockchain accounts on steroids, super user-friendly. No user will even know that they use blockchain here. This is very important for us. We don't want to be those fancy guys, and all those users have to deal with complex seed phrases and hardware wallets and all that stuff. We don't want that. We just want a really cool and easy user experience without facing all those challenges, but benefiting all those advantages. So universal profiles are created by the Laxo network, and we are happy to integrate them into our system near future. Okay,
all right.
Julia?
Basically, like just a little like tech update where we are now is already gonna go to the next one because we're at early access alpha. So basically, like what we did so far is we started in August. We started already to do little performances. Not we, but Dennis did performances already in VR, which is super cool. Like his first set that we did was in September at Kataholzig. So it was like completely a set in 1.5 hours in VR, like on stage there. So basically, like you didn't see DJ like how you know it with like DJ equipment, but it was just Dennis with the headset and controllers, and you could live hear what he's doing and how he's mixing. So basically, like right now you can enter the club, but the multiplayer is also there, but we haven't released it yet for the people out there. We already built the sound engine, we have environments. So what we're working right now is really to go out or go in with a big boom and a big event where what Dennis already mentioned, where performers overseas and the DJ is, let's say, in Berlin, and they perform live for a much bigger crowd. So like the challenges that we're facing right now is really like testing latency and testing the servers, because like you can, I don't know if you can imagine how much CPU and GPU that is across, and also obviously obviously, like, our challenges are the tech that it is right now, because the internet itself can only be that fast, right? Like, we cannot beat light speed. And also the headsets, like they are like the Quest, the portable ones that are not tethered. They only have like a teeny tiny processor from a Snapdragon there from 3 years ago. So we have to basically work with the tech that is out right now and also be like future proof for everything else. So this is our challenges at this moment in time. And we plan to launch and release it then next year. So probably Q2 next year, but also like release it like not only with different events and performances and concerts in the virtual space, but also available on Steam. So basically like you could download it and it's free to play and like go and learn yourself how to DJ in a virtual space. For instance, for me, like I never played an actual DJ controller. I only learned how to DJ in VR, which is super funny too, and it's fun. So, and there you have like tutorial levels, like basically a gamification of how to learn the instrument. And this is how you can get tokens. And with these tokens, you can perform live and like gain influencers and also like perform for friends or whatever you want. And basically what we want to empower there is that it's basically a space to become the first virtual music influencer, which is kind of cool. So we have, we're running completely out of time, but we have a video that is 5 minutes long. Can we cut it into our Q&A time?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
I think we are fine. We started a little bit late, so I guess we're good.
Yeah, but I think you're so good for time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can we play the video? Thank you.
All right. So this is now what you can see is the first party district, and there you can see murals and digital art. This is the place heavily inspired by Schlesisches Tor, Kreuzberg. This could be our first digital assets shop. We are working on that right now. You have to imagine that there are many people here. This will be a multiplayer experience. You will be able to play mini games here, basketball. You can enlighten firecrackers. You can do whatever you want to do. And there will be various kinds of parties and events hosted by users, by artists, by whoever who want to host events and to create stuff here. So it looks really photorealistic. It's an amazing space to be.
That's in-game. Dennis, you forgot to say that it's in-game. Basically, Dennis recorded it while being in the headset.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Absolutely right. Yeah. So I recorded that when I wore my headset. Now I'm wearing my headset as well, and I'm playing music here. So I can't hear the music right now. Can you hear the music?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, you can hear the music. So basically what I'm doing here is just playing around a little bit with the mixer. So the crossfaders, the knobs, everything looks and functions in the same way. And you can use like tempo faders to adjust the tempo to make it faster or slower. And you can also use all those great effects, delays, reverbs, beat crushers, and auto-tune as well in the future. So you can do whatever you want to do and whatever a real DJ or real artist would do. So this really is absolutely great. And even though you don't have this haptic, of course, you can't really touch it. It feels like you would do, and it behaves in the same way. So it really makes sense. Those are the delays and reverbs here. So it really sounds great as well. And you are able to mix the music here, and that's absolutely great. So, and we talked about that with and got feedback from many DJs who even never have experienced VR before, and they also said that this is fun, and this is what it's about. It's really fun. So you can upload your own songs and DJ there. You can also, of course, use royalty-free content. In the future, we will provide very cool machines to even create music on the fly. So you can mix your own music. You can host on events. You can meet other vocalists to
Dennis freeze right now? I think Dennis froze.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm playing around here. And it's great. I would be able to like talk to the people as well. Could also, of course, host for myself as a DJ. And now I'm trying to mix the next song. So now we are hearing the song of track A on the left. And now I'm starting the next song. So everything is, as already said, functions in the same way. Super intuitive and a great way for real-world artists to perform music and for soon-to-be artists to learn how to DJ and to make music. All right, and here's the possibility. You can capture yourself, you can see yourself, you can mirror and stream your performances to various other platforms if you want to. So there will be various cameras to capture what you're doing. And all that is done while using the headsets, even though it's very important to emphasize that all those spaces will also be accessible using non-VR tech. So you will be able to participate in events using your smartphone. But we highly recommend trying virtual reality because it's so immersive and it makes the difference here. And I can talk to everybody now. I can dance. I can yell at the DJ to play another song that I like more. So everything is possible here. You can make meet and greets. You can meet after the show. You can go out, play mini games. You can visit other events. You can rate parties. You can rate maybe even guests as a DJ. So everything is possible here. And it should be fun.
All right. You can go on Q&A, right, Dennis?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Okay, really cool. First of all, thank you so much for this amazing presentation. How long did you guys rehearse that?
The presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, my clicker skills, I know.
No. Actually, no. I thought no. I actually thought it was quite amazing how you clicked and he actually spoke and it all like.
No, we're reading each other's minds by now after 2 years of working together.
Yeah.
This is
well,
this is very, very wholesome, I have to say. A big round of applause for Dennis and Julia, first of all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So are there any questions from the audience?
How do you access this metaverse?
Yeah, wait for the microphone before I...
Okay, how do you access this metaverse?
So basically what you can do is we're going to release it on Steam. So you can just download it on Steam. And it's free to play. So you just basically log in. You can decide which username you're going to have and through Steam. And it's going to be also available because universal profiles are not, you cannot combine them with Steam. You can also, if you want to use your universal profile, you can just download the desktop app.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we will move on here. So we start with Steam because it's the biggest platform in regards to gaming and virtual reality as well. So we start there, but we will port the experience to other platforms as well. So we also, of course, will be available in Oculus via
the Meta Quest store, definitely.
Quest and all that, and the Quest store. Also, as already said, the district will also be accessible without VR tech. So you can also, not at the beginning, but after some time, you will also be able to participate in events using your smartphone or any other device. And this will make sense in a way so to be quick and easy. And it's very important for a space in the so-called metaverse to be accessible, not only using one tech or one device, but at the end of the day, we really focus on VR because we think in the next 5 to 10 years, something will dramatically change here to the better. And it's easy. It's not something dystopian, as already said. It's not about 12 hours a day in virtual reality. Let's be completely distracted from the real world. We don't need any real events anymore. We don't compete with real events. We love them. We want to make hybrid events. We want to add new layers to that. So, and this is in regards to virtual reality in regards to every topic, it just wants to add new layers.
Oh, also, do you need VR like headsets to participate, or?
We're gonna have a version where you can participate just on the desktop app. You cannot perform as a DJ without the headset, but you can enter the club and socialize and listen to the performance through the desktop app.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
It's amazing. Also, I like the idea of actually being in a Schlesi-like environment, but without the smell. Exactly. That's actually really, really cool. I also, you have a question.
I mean, it's kind of a weird question, but how much can you do? Like, can you interact with people? Like, touch them? I mean, if you you were talking about playing basketball and stuff like that, can you push them and stuff like that?
So it's basically like just like think of a multiplayer, right? Fortnite. So you can interact, you can talk, you can play games together. However, regarding pushing, we also have so-called safe space bubbles. So you can activate it so nobody can like come close to you, because like also like it's a huge topic of sexual harassment and just harassment in general in virtual space. So you're gonna have also the option to be invisible in your safe bubble, so you can just attend and listen to the concert without being seen, but also not have the opportunity to harass others while you're invisible, obviously. So you have like a huge collision around you.
Okay.
Yeah,
you can...
exactly. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, it's very important, and that so you are in regards to all those harassments and violence. Of course, we will have various tools that you can be invisible, as Julia already said, that you can rate other people. So this won't happen, because this is absolutely a problem right now, even in spaces like Rec Room or something like that. I love that. But some people are like seem to have a desire to try
to be bullies,
stuff that is not really cool. To be unpolite. So we have to work on solutions for that. But this is relatively easy. But what's very important for us is that that everybody can do great stuff there. So you can have those mini games. Those are very important, so that in addition to virtual events that will happen there all the time continuously, that you are able to do other stuff with people there. So you can just have fun and engage with each other. So it's a social platform that we want to be, but kind of social media platform, but you're able to, it's a multiplayer experience. You're really able to engage at the current moment. So this makes the difference here.
Okay, yeah, nice, thank you. I also have a question. Do artists also perform like in this metaverse? Like, would you contact artists to like perform and DJ or something like that?
That's what we're doing right now. That's also what Dennis is just doing right now too.
Exactly. So this is the unique thing here, that you really can DJ in VR, that you really can perform there. All you need is a VR headset, and those VR headsets in the future will be very comfortable and small. And you just put on your VR headset, upload your own songs, or use royalty-free content, or use virtual machines, and you can make music there. And vocalists can come together with you as a DJ or mixer, and you can meet each other, even though you're not at the same place, to perform live. And you can also integrate ticketing systems, business models, and all that stuff. So you're able to really also make money there, to share your content, and to reach to new audiences, and to scale this up, because real world events, we love real world events, but those real world events are limited in regards to scalability. That's what I meant when I talked about the dilemma for many artists who are dependent on playing live but can't afford to, because it's just not possible. And also for big artists, it's a great opportunity as well, because even if you're Beyonce or somewhere else, you are not able to reach all your fans. I've never seen. Oh, okay, one time I saw a Beyonce concert. Anyways,
I
many
saw
people
her
have never.
6 times.
Yeah, okay, you're crazy.
That's another issue to discuss.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly. But even
Beehive.
Beyonce has this problem that she's not able to reach all her followers, and this will of course change here. So we don't want to compete with real-world events. Those are the best. But if you didn't have the possibility because you don't live in New York or in LA or in Berlin, but somewhere else in the world, and you want to feel that, it's much better to visit a virtual reality live event in the district than to not ever participate or visit any event at all. And you will see that it's a great experience. It's just fun.
But yeah, we're approaching real artists and in talks for a long time. And right now, and Dennis mostly, like, this is the wonderful combination here. Like, we are the nerds, the programmers, and Dennis with his 25 or endless career and like a music legend, actually. Not that long. But who's a music legend and has the context and like talks like to basically everybody, and then with Fabian and blockchain, like, so this is like a really like awesome melting pot where everybody has this incredible strengths that we can use all for the district.
I also have another question. Sorry.
We're running out of time. Actually, I'm so sorry. I mean, but Julia is still around also.
Okay. Yeah, okay then. It's
okay. I'm so sorry though.
So thank you very much. If you want to participate, if we start in Berlin, we are absolutely open to everybody who wants to engage with the metaverse. Maybe there are some club owners, event managers, or developers, musicians, of course, DJs. Talk to us. We are absolutely open and want to work with you and want to showcase you and show you what we are up to here.
I'm definitely also interested in having a showcase in the district VR. So, but first of all, thank you, because I really, really liked the visions that you shared here. This is a great utopia for any artist and maybe even the whole music industry. Thank you so much, Dennis, Julia.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Huiuiui, kom je hier voorbij? Now, let me tell you something about a little something called a computer program, which is named Sonic Pi. Pi as in not the cake, but the symbol. The system was developed at Cambridge University to teach school children how to code. And the question here was very early on, how to actually engage them to study. We need something like a creative trigger, specifically music. What our next speaker, an academic, artist, performer, the list probably goes on, but he also just happens to be the developer of Sonic Pi, wants you to know is this. It may look complicated, but actually any child can, and maybe even should, learn this. The goal is not to mystify, but to demystify the code. Please welcome for live coding, educational experience and performance, Sam Aaron.
I
Give it up for Sam Aaron once more. Thank you so much. This is, can I touch this?
Yeah, of course. It's just a keyboard.
That's so cute. And this is for like, oh, it's
You've got straight fingers.
Yeah.
These keys are go with your fingers.
And it's rainbow colored. I mean, this is totally my vibe. I love this. Thank you so much for this amazing and inspiring performance. I sure learned a lot. I actually did not, but yeah. Yeah, but I know the potential now. I know the potential, and I will for sure try it out for myself one time. This concludes the first day of our convention, the Most Wanted Music 2022. Thank you so much for a very inspiring and thought-provoking conference here at Frannz Club, to all the speakers, to all the hosts, and of course to the whole team of Most Wanted. Give yourselves a round of applause. Tomorrow the stage will see a lot of great artists, among them Spoke, featuring Zora and Kaloya Sansa in concert. So until then, take care, have a nice evening, and for those present, don't forget to network to your heart's content. My name is Aishan Malonda, and I will most likely see you around. Until then, stay beautiful and creative, and good night.